Testing, testing. Testing. Okay, let me hang up. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Kenny? Kenny, does staff have any questions for Rob?
For whom?
For Rob?
Rob?
Rob Lemming? Do you have
Oh,
any questions?
yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, didn't know first name.
Okay, so we're on the record in case 9655, and we have Pepco's witness Lemming, and we're moving on to Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lemming.
Good morning.
I think we talked a year ago, so nice to see you again.
Yes, I was going to say, I think it was the first Friday in March last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, continuing with that, I have some questions for you.
Wait,
Um,
one second, mister.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was here yesterday, so he's already been sworn in. Yeah. So, okay, go ahead.
All right. So first, I'd like to start with just a couple questions on the rejoinder you gave yesterday. And do you recall during your rejoinder discussing some analysis you prepared regarding Pepco's rate base per customer?
Yes, I do.
In that analysis, it compared Pepco's rate base per customer to that of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative and Chop Tank Electric Cooperatives. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you were preparing this analysis, did you look at the residential customer rates charged by Smeco and Chop Tank?
No, I did not. Strictly rate base per customer.
And so you didn't consider the rates that those utilities were charging to be relevant in preparing your analysis?
No, those would, I think, be a different function depending upon the billing determinants and other factors that those rates are set upon. My analysis was really just around the capital efficiency or bias of an entity that I was seeking to rebut the position of OPC witness Alvarez on.
And would you be surprised to hear that the rates charged by Smeco and Chop Tank are lower than Pepco's?
No, again, I think there's a function of billing determinants that drive differences between the utilities and other factors.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like the Commission to take administrative notice of the current tariff and rates on file for Smeco and Chop Tank.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Now, Mr. Lemming, I'd like you to turn to your schedule, RTL1, Schedule 3, and I'll just be talking about page 1 for the moment.
All right, I'm there.
Okay. Now, if you could take a look at line 9, that line reports a variance for FERC account 588. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that variance is $12,457,555, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a variance explanation to the right of that, and that identifies a few factors that are driving the variance. And these would be accruals related to the Anacostia River and Benning projects, the cost of the streetlight surveys, costs budgeted to FERC account 923 that were charged to account 588, costs budgeted in account 920 that were charged to account 588, and increased costs associated with job skills training requirements. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, these accruals for the Anacostia River and Benning projects, as well as the costs for streetlight surveys, those were removed from the overall O&M expense through rate-making adjustments. Is that right?
That is correct, and those are down on lines 75, 76, and 78 on page 2 of the schedule.
Well, you know exactly where I'm going, because I'd like to ask you about those.
All right.
So the Anacostia accrual, that one's at line 75, right?
That is correct, yes.
And that's a negative $5.3 million accrual?
Yes, it's removing a $5.3 million removal, so yes, it's a negative to remove that.
And then on line 76, that's the Benning environmental accrual, and that's reported as a positive $2.9 million. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then together, you net these together, and overall that results in a rate-making adjustment of about $2.4 million.
Yes, that's correct.
And this would reduce the overall variance for account 588 by that amount. So for account 588, you report on page 1 12.5 million variance, but because of these rate-making adjustments, that brings it down to around 10.1 million. Is that right?
Sorry, can you say that number again?
So 12.5 million is the overall variance for the account, but then these 3 rate-making adjustments reduce that variance to 10.1 million. You're taking that out of...
Yes, yes, approximately that amount, yes.
And then for the streetlight survey, that variance is on line 78, and that's $662,000.
Correct.
So if you can probably see where I'm going. If you take that out, that reduces the overall variance for account 588 to about $9.5 million.
Correct.
Okay. So next I'd like to ask you about the expenses budgeted in FERC accounts 923 and 920, but charged to account 588. And beyond the brief mention of these expenses in your schedule, is there any other discussion of this in your direct rebuttal or surrebuttal testimonies?
Not in mine specifically, no.
Okay. Are you aware of any other witness written testimonies or exhibits that detail the shifting of these costs from one account to another?
I believe company witness Vahos discusses our O&M, but I'm not familiar with all aspects of his testimony and whether these are specifically covered there or not.
Okay. And the company did provide some further clarification on this in response to a couple data requests. There was AOBA data request 12, question 12, and staff data request 4, question 6. And I chatted with your colleague, Ms. Cantler, yesterday about the AOBA data request, so I'd like to ask you about the staff data request.
Okay, certainly.
And I have copies here, and Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 10FR.
So Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
User.
So let me know when you've had a chance to review.
All right, I've reviewed this.
Well, thank you. Now, so you sponsored the response to this DR, correct?
Correct.
This DR asks you about the expenses budgeted to FERC accounts 923 and 920, but charged to account 588, correct?
In various different respects, it has to quantify the business transformation or the transformation cost, and it asks for justifications for why blanket costs were budgeted to a certain place. Yes.
Okay. And so I'd like you to take a look at subpart A. And this is the response that identifies strategic planning and business transformation department costs that were budgeted to account 923 but charged to account 588. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And could you provide a bit of an explanation to what, at least to your knowledge, what these costs reflect?
Yes, so this is a department of ours, as noted here in the response, that does a lot of strategic and policy diligence and positioning for the company related to, as it says here, advanced energy technologies. So as we think about things like battery energy storage, EV technology, kind of new things that are kind of emergent in the industry at any given point in time, we have a department that is focused on researching, forming policy determinations, and ultimately sometimes looking at programs to help support these that we've advanced through various proceedings. And so a lot of these are the costs associated with that department's work.
Okay. And your response here to subpart A compares the budgeted to actual cost for these expenses, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you tell me why these expenses were originally budgeted in one account but charged to another?
I did not build the specific budget for this department, so I can't say why they were necessarily put in one department versus another. I think it was just a function of who built the budget, assigned that FERC account one place, and then when we do the accounting, it was assigned to the place where these costs actually get charged to.
So there could be any number of reasons why there was a budget for this in account 923, but then charges to account 588, and you don't know, you can't point to a specific reason today?
I can't speak to why the budget was assigned to where it was. No, I did not put that FERC identifier on that budget account,
Okay.
or that department budget.
Okay, and now turning to subpart B here, this identifies the annual blanket review costs that were budgeted to account 923, account 920, and charged to account 588. Is that right?
That's correct.
And could you provide a bit of explanation about what these charges entail?
Yeah, so I'll read the response here. The annual blanket review costs are budgeted to FERC account 920 due to the fact that at the time the budget is developed, the company is unable to determine which VP area or FERC account the cost will ultimately be assigned to. So it's kind of a process we go through every year. We build a budget for it, and then where the actuals get booked as a function of where that review and blanket project costs are related to for that given year when the actuals are incurred.
Okay. And so you did provide a little bit of explanation why this was originally budgeted in one account. I guess 920 that's like the holding account for the budget, and then it's distributed to different accounts based on how the charges are incurred.
Correct.
Okay. Now the explanation for these charges, the charges to account 588, and the comparison of the budgeted to actual costs, were only provided in this DR response, and in the brief discussion we've had on that today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, if you could turn to subpart C here, this question asks you to quantify the increased costs associated with job skills training requirements. And your response explains what the costs reflect and compares the actual Maryland distribution expenses to the amount budgeted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about another DR response. This is AOBA data request 13, question 15. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 11 FR.
So Mark?
Thank you.
This is 11.
Yes. Yeah, this is 11, yes.
Nothing like this over here. Nothing like this over here.
Right. Just leave it there for Obi.
That's what yeah.
So do that strictly and just have something to do with this, something. Really?
So let me know when you've had a chance to review.
All right, I've reviewed.
Okay. And you sponsored the company's response to this data request, correct?
That is correct.
Now the attachment that's on the second page here, this provides an itemization of the drivers of the $12.5 million variance for account 588. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I can see that the Anacostia and Benning accruals are identified here, as is the streetlight survey, and we talked about those a little bit earlier. And those three rate-making adjustments were identified in the variance statement provided in RTL 1 Schedule 3, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's also 3 separate line items that identify costs incurred in account 588, but were initially budgeted elsewhere. Is that right?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
There's 3 line items for costs that were incurred in 588, but budgeted elsewhere, correct?
Correct.
And those were also generally identified in the variance statement on Schedule RTL 1 Schedule 3. Is that correct?
Correct. And
if I add up the rate making, if I add up those 3 line items there, the total is approximately $2.9 million. Like subject, I'm not going to make you do the math in your head. Subject to check, would you agree with that number?
Looks in the ballpark, yes.
Okay. And then there was the job training cost variance that I discussed with Ms. Cantler yesterday. And that's also identified there. Sort of, I think it's the second to last line item. And that's
Yes.
a $1.8 million variance. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So of the $12.5 million reported variance for this entire account, we now have an explanation for about $6.8 million of it. And that $6.8 million number I identified, that reflects the $2.4 million in rate-making adjustments we discussed earlier, the costs that were budgeted to other accounts, as well as the job skills training variance. Does that sound roughly correct to you?
Roughly, I think the rate making adjustments would be closer to $3 million when you include the streetlight survey, but other than that, yes.
Yeah, and that included the streetlight survey too. So, and so that leaves about 5.7 million of this variance kind of left over and unexplained, except for what the company's provided here in this data response. And there's 2 drivers that we haven't talked about yet. There's the change in the jurisdictional allocator and other. And would you agree that the amount for these variances for the changes in jurisdictional allocator and other are larger than the job skills variance and the Anacostia and Benning accruals combined?
Can you restate that question? I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly.
Sure. So the amount for the change in jurisdictional for the change in the jurisdictional allocator, that's a $2.3 million variance. Then there's this other item, that's a $2.2 million variance. And would you agree that those together are larger than the variances for job skills training and the Anacostia and Benning accruals combined? They should be pretty close.
Yes, they're $100,000 or $200,000, I think, larger together. Yes.
Yeah. But those the changes in jurisdictional allocator and other, that's not identified in the variance statement, right?
You're talking about the variance statement on Schedule 3.
That's correct.
Yes, they are not listed in that schedule, correct.
Now, could you help me understand what the company means by change in jurisdictional allocator here?
Certainly. So when we set the budget for 9655, that was back in the original filing for this case back in 2020, and that was based on a jurisdictional cost of service that was performed at that time. And so you heard me talk about yesterday, my department, one of the things we do is we perform our jurisdictional and cost of service study on an ongoing basis. Pepco is a multi-jurisdictional utility, and so we have to exercise various different means and methods to determine what costs are benefiting our District of Columbia customers versus our Maryland customers here. And so when we did that study based on our 2020 cost profile, it creates a set of allocation factors that we use to allocate all of the A&G type expenses or other distribution expenses that might have a kind of common split across the jurisdictions that have to get divided. As we roll forward in time, now that we're at the end of rate year 3, we have performed that jurisdictional cost of service study. Again, we do it every time we kind of present our jurisdictionalized results, if you will. And by function of the work that was actually performed in that year and how the costs, were incurred across our two jurisdictions, it'll drive changes in those allocation factors. And so when you look at how those allocation factors changed over the course of that 3 to 4 year period, it resulted in a shift of costs that have to be allocated, whereby, as it says here, 2.4 million more of those were supporting Maryland operations just due to the function of the work that was being performed in Maryland in rate year 3 versus what we assumed several years back. And hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, and just to confirm, that explanation is not provided anywhere in your filed testimonies or schedules. Is that right?
That specific explanation of the
Yeah,
2.4
your explanation
million.
what this means.
No, I don't think that level
Okay.
of detail's in there now.
And did the company provide the jurisdictional cost of service study that supports this change in this proceeding?
Yes, it's in my my work papers that I referenced yesterday that were available on eBridge for review.
Okay. Now, what about this other category? Can you identify anywhere in your testimony that explains the costs incurred that fall under this other cost driver?
No, I don't think I have that documented in my testimony.
And you don't recall any responses to data requests that explain what other means?
I can't sit here and recall if there were other data requests that speak to that.
So you'd agree that the company hasn't provided any information for parties that helps parties identify what falls under these other expenses and why this $2.2 million variance for these expenses is prudent. Is that correct?
Can you restate that one more time, please?
Sure. You'd agree that the company hasn't provided any information for parties to identify what these other expenses are and whether this $2.2 million variance on these expenses is prudent.
I guess I would perhaps acknowledge that I don't know that we've given a detailed listing of what these costs are, and agree with that statement there. But in terms of prudency, I think we've looked to the company's ability to manage our overall O&M budgets lower than the rate of inflation, delivered strong customer service and reliability at that time. And so holistically, as we have looked at the kind of operations of Pepco and how we've spent our money, our position certainly is that we have done so in a prudent manner, but I would agree that with respect to costs that fall under this category right here, there is not a detailed listing of those.
Okay. So let's think about the big picture here. So the company incurred a roughly $9.5 million variance in account 588, and that's net of the rate-making adjustments that we discussed.
Yep.
And this variance explanation points to the shifting of costs budgeted in one account but incurred in another. But you didn't file testimony or exhibits that identify the impact of that cost shifting on each of the accounts that were affected. You just generally identified them. Is that right?
Correct.
And the company points to changes in job skills training, but as I discussed with Ms. Cantler yesterday, didn't provide a full explanation about how much that affects the variance and why those changes were necessary. Is that also correct?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
The company pointed to job skills training as another variance driver, but provides no explanation about, in the schedules that you filed with the commission, about how much that drives the variance, as well as provide a fulsome explanation of the need to incur it. Is that correct?
Correct. In the schedule here, it just says increased costs associated with job skills training requirements.
So then I'd be correct to conclude that the only explanation of the variances for an account 588, $12.5 million, came from discovery conducted by staff in AOBA and my cross of you and Ms. Cantler in these hearings. Is that right?
Correct.
And apart from just identifying what those expenses entail, the company doesn't explain whether it exceeded its forecasted budgets for each of those expenditures and why those budget exceedances were necessary or prudent. Correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think this has been asked and answered.
I think it's been asked, but I'm not sure it's been answered, so go ahead.
Can you repeat that question one more time?
Yes, I can. Apart from identifying what each of the expenses charged to account 588 entail, the company doesn't explain whether it exceeded its budgeted forecast for each of those expenditures and why such budget exceedances were necessary or prudent. And I'm just referring to the information the company's filed with the Commission.
So I think I agreed that we did not, in my testimony, detail beyond what's in Schedule 3 here. I just want to make sure I'm rephrasing your statement correctly, why these budgets were exceeded beyond the explanations here. But in terms of prudency, I think the company has stated that variances are not a reflection of prudency or imprudency. It's why the costs were incurred and if they were reasonably incurred. And from our standpoint, you know, we've talked about the way we've controlled all of our costs to deliver safe and reliable service to our customers, to maintain high levels of customer satisfaction. These costs were incurred in pursuit of delivering those services to customers, and we believe we're done so in a prudent manner.
And just to follow up on that, so specific to O&M spending, the fact that the Commission authorized, the company represented what its O&M expenditures would be for the MRP period, and the Commission authorized set budgets, we should ignore that and just focus on the company's actual spend? Is that your testimony?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
So just talking about O&M, not talking about capital spending. The Commission in the company in its base rate application identified the O&M spending levels that it believed to be appropriate for the MRP period, and the Commission approved O&M budgets for that period. But today, your testimony, are you saying we should just ignore what those budgets were and focus only on the company's actual spending?
No, I'm not suggesting that we should just ignore what was what the Commission approved in terms of O&M before. I think you heard me talk yesterday a bit about we set budgets back in the 2019 timeframe that were presented in 2020 for the MYP here, and candidly, I think the world changed pretty dramatically after we filed that in terms of just the impacts of COVID that weren't anticipated at that time, record levels of inflation that went into the double-digit percentages that we had to deal with and address. I think we acted very prudently in terms of our ability to manage our O&M growth rate well below the rate of inflation over that time. We worked diligently to find cost savings, operational efficiencies, things that we could cut out of our cost of service to keep those costs down below that rate of inflation while delivering safe, reliable service for our customers. And so I think we need to look at the totality of all of those things that occurred over that 3 or 4 year period that have led us to where we are today. But my testimony is not to just ignore everything from before.
Okay. And, I appreciate that you and the company may think and believe that you acted diligently and prudently. And the world did change dramatically. I think there was a lot of changes that happened that we can point to, but the information that you provided doesn't kind of document how these dramatic changes to the world affected the company's behavior. We have no way of understanding how the company specifically made adjustments to its O&M spending to fully appreciate that your statements that the company actually did make a concerted effort to keep its costs down. You can say that the company did, but just from
Your Honor, I'm sorry, is there a question in here?
I'm getting to that question, counsel.
Because it sounds like you're making a speech.
I'm laying the foundation for my question.
Okay.
But just to confirm that the specific information that you provided here does it provide information on how the company responded to the context of the world changes that you referred to, and the company's efforts that you referred to keep its costs down.
Not the variance explanation that we're talking about here in this this line of questioning.
Okay, and okay. Now I just have one more line of questioning for you, I'd like you to turn to your SIR rebuttal on page 7, line 19.
Sorry, you said page 7, line 19?
Yes, that's correct.
Of which testimony, Counsel?
SIR rebuttal.
Sir. Page 7, line 19.
All right, let me know when you're there.
And there.
Okay. And here, starting at line 19, you state that the company has endeavored to support an efficient review by filing schedules that provided an overview of each project that closed in the rate year and its impact on rate base. Is that right?
That is correct.
And footnote 8 on this page, it's on line 20, that supports your claim and refers to only one schedule. Now, that'd be RTL R2, which we've it's come up many times during these hearings. And you provided this schedule with your rebuttal testimony, but not your direct testimony, correct?
Correct, and perhaps I should have added to this footnote schedules RTL, I think 2 and 3 for my direct testimony as well. But those are omitted here. I do note that. Yeah.
And so in the schedules that you just mentioned from your direct testimony, that provides various information on plant closings and capital expenditures for the year ending on December 31, 2023, and the 3 months ended on March 30th, 2024. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, what's the difference between the information provided in those schedules and the information you provided in Schedule RTL R2?
In Schedule RTL R2, we combine those two schedules into one to try to keep folks from having to flip between two different schedules to review that fulsome picture. And then, as you noted, in direct, we tried to just lay out a schedule that showed all of our capital expenditures for the year, so that included the full calendar year, and then the closings that occurred over that period as well. When we got to rebuttal, we tried to enhance that based on kind of what we heard in direct testimony from the interveners to say, let's forget about the first quarter of 2023, since that was rate year 2 in the MYP, and really just limit this to the 12-month period of April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024. So it was strictly the rate year in question here.
And none of these schedules, the RTL R2 or the schedules provided in your direct testimony that I guess you synthesized to put into RTL R2, none of those identify O&M spend. Is that right?
No, those are schedules depicting capital expenditures that was indirect, and then the rebuttal capital expenditures indirect, plant closings indirect, as well as the 13-month average rate base impact. And then in rebuttal, it was strictly just the plant additions impact. There was no discussion of O&M in those 3 schedules.
And so just to be clear, you didn't provide any schedules that give a project-by-project information that compare actual to budgeted O&M spending. Is that right?
No, the commission did not approve an O&M budget by project in 9655, so we did not have an O&M budget by project to compare back to in 9655.
But the commission approved an O&M budget. Is that right?
That is right.
And there's projects within that budget, correct?
I don't believe those are in the record in 9655 for us to have an anchor point to tie back into.
Okay. What percentage of the company's reconciliation revenue requirement is driven by its overall O&M spending variance?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly.
What percentage of the company's reconciliation revenue requirement is driven by the company's overall O&M variance?
I don't have I guess I could use the calculator here, but I'd say roughly it's very close to 50%.
Okay, so roughly 50%. what percentage of the company's reconciliation revenue requirement is driven by rate base?
About a third of it. I'd say 9 million of the 30.6 is rate base.
Yep, that I would agree with that. That checks with my numbers too.
Glad to hear it.
So the company only provided schedules detailing project spending, project by project spending for spending that accounts just for 30% of the overall requested revenue requirement. Is that right?
Sorry,
I can ask my
can you
question
say that
again,
one more
yeah.
time?
So the company only provided schedules detailing by project spending that accounts for just 30% of its requested revenue requirement. Is that correct?
I'm having a hard time answering that as a correct or incorrect because to me that it's a bit of apples and oranges in terms of what's in the revenue requirement if the revenue requirement's all made up of projects
And O&M.
and O&M and other taxes and revenues.
Yeah. And is it correct that, so you just confirmed, or, subject to not doing detailed calculations right now, roughly 50% of the company's revenue requirement reflects O&M spending.
Correct.
30% of their revenue requirement reflects rate base and capital projects. And you also is it correct that you confirmed that the company only provided project level information that compares budgets to actuals for capital projects and not for O&M projects?
Yes, that's correct.
So, to ask my question one more time, the company only provided schedules detailing by project spending that accounts for just 30% of its requested revenue requirement. Is that right?
I guess I would acknowledge that's correct, but I just want to make sure it's clear that there are other things that are not project driven driving the revenue requirement that we just can't provide a project for because there are things like revenue, taxes, et cetera, that I mentioned before.
And can the company provide more than just a one sentence variance statement on those variances for O&M?
Sorry, can you ask that question one more time?
I'll strike that question from the record. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Lemming.
Thank you.
Okay. Prince George's County, but I don't think they're here. So, staff.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lemon. Kenneth Albert on behalf of staff.
Good morning.
I want to touch on a subject which I did address with your witness, Young, and this is the issue that staff raised with respect to the Livingston National Harbor Project, as you know. Refer to your direct testimony, page 10, lines 17 to 22. Let me know when you're there.
So 10, 17 to 22?
Yes.
Of which testimony?
I'm sorry, that's the direct testimony.
I'm just going to read it really quickly here.
Page 10, line 22.
Okay, I've reviewed that.
And just let me just read that out loud. On September 11th, 2023, the company submitted a filing to the Commission indicating that if for a number of reasons, including non-performance challenges with its vendor, as well as changes in anticipated load growth that eliminated a distribution deferral benefits associated with the project, the company no longer supported the Livingston Road project's inclusion as part of the pilot program and requested that the Commission reject the project as no longer in the public interest.
That's correct.
Now, and you do address the choice of this vendor. Was that done by competitive bidding? How was that actually, that process?
I was not involved in the selection of the vendor, but my understanding is that it was competitively bid and selected.
And in view of the fact that Pepco alone chose the vendor, that is, the Commission, this was not part of a collaborative with the Commission. This was as most utility projects. You go out and you find a contractor and you do the project and you come in for cost recovery as you're doing here. Why do you think ratepayers should be paying when you, company, retain a vendor where you have non-performance problems that you concede are a major contributing factor to the cancellation of the project?
Glad you asked that, because our position is ratepayers should not pay for this vendor, and we've taken those costs out of our revenue requirement in this proceeding.
Well, yes, the 1.8 million associated with the vendor, but the 2.0 million dollars associated with the project, other than the vendor cost, those you are seeking recovery of.
Yes, and I think I noted in my testimony, for various reasons, the costs, why I do not believe that they're incremental costs, and that they're costs we would have incurred regardless of selection of that vendor in this Livingston Road project. Internal labor, for example, right? We've got to pay our employees salaries. They have benefits, health care, et cetera, type benefits that we pay to those employees. And so regardless if we did this project or not, we would have been paying those employees and incurring those costs regardless. And so that's at least why I sit here and say I don't think they're incremental costs that we're asking customers to pay for as a result of the Livingston Road project.
Well, fair enough. Let's address that. What we'll refer to as the internal labor cost. That is the cost associated with the Pepco employees, engineers, for example, that devote time and record their time. I guess is what the accounting jargon referred to as direct labor, right?
Correct.
They record on a daily basis which project, so you can put it in that correct bucket. Now, as a practical matter, that $1 million of internal labor, though, didn't result in any benefit for ratepayers because, of course, the project was canceled.
I'd just say I don't think it was a cost incurred because of the project. We didn't go hire that employee to do that project. They were an employee on our payroll before and after the project, and it would have been incurred regardless of the execution of that project.
Well, that's certainly true. Right, it's a cost you would have incurred, but as a practical matter, if you had assigned, let's say, 100 hours of engineering time, if that had been devoted to a different project that did go forward, we could point to a specific benefit for ratepayers. Those 100 hours went to a project that actually went into service, whereas with, I'll call it Livingston, that 100 hours wound up in a vacuum. I mean, it was devoted to a project that was ultimately canceled. Is that correct?
That's correct, which I'd say is no different than any other canceled project we have in test years and rate cases that we have a precedent, I think I demonstrated of us getting recovery for in past cases.
Are there any situations where you think it would be appropriate for the utility to absorb any portion of the cost of a canceled project?
I think in this proceeding here, we're proposing to absorb about half of the project costs here.
Right, but I'm talking about absorbing all of the costs. Any situation you would say, at that threshold, in that type of situation, the utility should be, we the utility acknowledge we should be on the hook.
I mean, I think if we have a project that is imprudent by the standards, we've laid out, I think we could consider that. I don't know what the hypothetical would look like, but I think there could conceivably be a hypothetical, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of incentives, I mean, you'd agree that to the extent putting the utility on the hook, that is, holding the utility liable for all or a portion of the costs of a project that's canceled, provides a strong incentive to the utility in its planning processes, correct?
I mean, I think sorry, can you repeat that question one more time?
Sure.
Make sure I'm answering correctly.
Well, let me back up a little bit. There's a lot of discretion, in planning a project. You're looking at load forecasts, for example, and to the extent the utility is on the hook, liable for a portion of the cost if the project doesn't go forward, there's an additional incentive for the utility to get it right, so to speak, or as best as they can without 100% foresight.
Yes, I think that incentive is always there. Everything we do is always subject to prudency review in front of the commission. So I would agree that incentive is always 100% there.
And in terms of are you familiar with the contracts Pepco executes with its vendors?
I'm not sure what specifics of the contracts you're referring to.
Okay, specifically, again, in this context, are there financial penalty and any type of penalties in the contract for failure to perform?
I can't speak to that. I was not involved in the contracting of this vendor.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect.
Your Honor, briefly, I think I neglected to move my exhibits and offer them into the record. I'd like to do so now if that's okay.
So admitted.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lemming. Do you recall yesterday being asked a question by AOBA attorney Ms. Francis about if it's the company's, if it's the position of the company that the information that was filed in our direct testimony in this proceeding was sufficient to make a prudence determination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And as part of your exchange with Ms. Francis, I believe you indicated that you were a witness in case number 9702. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that proceeding was the rate years 1 and 2 of the Pepco MYP reconciliation done?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how does the information that was included in the direct testimony in this rate year 3 reconciliation, was it the same or comparable to what was submitted for the rate years 1 and 2 reconciliations in 9702?
I'd say it was comparable, and then we also tried to add in additional information based on, I referred to some questions I had from Commissioner Suchman around how we could try to give more detail into breaking out which projects went into service versus which were still ongoing, and so we tried to add that in here as well to try to give that additional layer of visibility into that item that was requested.
Okay, and if you remember, was this very commission able to make a prudence determination in 9702 on rate years 1 and 2 based on the information that was provided by the company?
Yes, the commission found that the rate year 1 and 2 reconciliations were prudent.
Okay, thank you. And then my other line of questions is that you had a discussion with OPC counsel regarding whether the company has given explanations for variances in various budgets. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Can you please, in the commission's order approving the MYP, did the commission approve a budget or did they approve a revenue requirement?
My understanding is the commission approved a revenue requirement, and then they said the company would be responsible for determining how to best spend that revenue requirement.
And are you able to explain what the difference is between a revenue requirement and a budget?
Certainly, a revenue requirement is basically the basis for setting rates to collect the utilities cost of service that it's going to take to operate our business, right? And so it's kind of made up of the various components of our cost of service to make sure rates are just and reasonable. A budget, I'd say, is an internal forecast that we use to estimate what we expect to spend on various aspects of that cost of service.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me first dispense with this rate base per customer chart that you gave us yesterday. I understand the rate base numbers, but the customer count numbers, what customers are you including there?
Those are, for Pepco, our distribution customers in Maryland. And then for Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative and Chop Tank Electric Cooperative, their customer base as well. And there's a footnote here noted that they were pulled from the Energy Information Administration EIA Form 861.
Okay, so are you including, so in the instance of Pepco, so I'm included, but the restaurant across the way or the businesses in Rockville, Gaithersburg, Maryland, are they also included as a part of the customer count for the purpose?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and do you acknowledge that maybe the Smecco area and the Chop Tank area are substantially less industrial than Montgomery County, Maryland, Prince George's County, Maryland?
Yes, I would agree with that. And
Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off.
Oh, no, sorry, I was going to say, I think OPC witness Alvarez mentions a regression analysis that he has done to kind of demonstrate kind of by customer density. You expect your rate-based customer to come down as a respective customer density. Pepco certainly does have a higher customer density, and so you would expect a lower rate base per customer for Pepco than those other utilities. I've also looked at kind of DPL to kind of give us, I'm familiar with them, another data point, and we are lower than DPL, which is kind of consistent with that trending.
Okay, well, where I'm going with this is I really see a gigantic difference in the industrial and customer mix between these jurisdictions. And my personal view is that I don't think this is a meaningful analysis. I'm not completely convinced that the OPC analysis is meaning either, because of how heterogeneous these three populations are. So I'll just leave that at that. Okay, moving on. So let's talk about, in this reconciliation, the company is asking to recover $30.6 million in additional revenue requirement, in effect, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Somehow I must have missed it. Is there a report or a table that you've prepared as a company that delineates that specific amount and then breaks it down by its components? Did I miss that?
Yes, it's it's both in my direct and in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
I'd say my rebuttal is the most up to date because we adjusted in rebuttal how some materials with respect to Livingston Road were accounted for to bring down the revenue requirement a bit. So if you go to my rebuttal testimony, I just want to make sure I point to the right schedule here.
Okay.
It is schedule RTLR1. This kind of breaks down our cost of service by component to show where the variances in each one are.
Okay, so the very, oh gosh. Hold on, let me get, oops, let me get there. Oops. RTL, okay, so, no, that's not it.
I think you might be looking at this RTL Schedule 1-4.
Is it Schedule 4?
It's RTLR1, page 1 of 3. It looks like this right here.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I see it, okay.
So here,
yeah, walk me through that, because I
Yes.
found this, in spite of my accounting degree, I found this confusing, so walk me
certainly happy to walk through it. Maybe
I mean, I saw where the rate base number hooks into the next report, so that's...
yes, I was going to say the next report kind of shows the calculation of that 30.6, but really that's made up of all the components on the page here.
Mm-hmm.
The way I kind of think about how to tie the schedule into that one is from a rate base perspective. Any variance in rate base contributes about 10% of that value to the revenue requirement. So when you're looking at the $90 million rate base variance,
Mm-hmm.
that's about a $9 million revenue requirement there. Any of the operating expenditures go dollar for dollar into your revenue requirement. So when you look at the $15.3 million variance for O&M right there, that is a $15.3 million.
Point me to where's this 15.3?
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I'm going very
that's fine.
quickly. Row 20, operation and maintenance expenditures.
Okay,
If you go over to the variance column all the way on the right,
yeah,
15.3 million there, that'll be dollar for dollar impact
okay,
to the
well,
revenue requirement.
you know what, I must have an old report, because I'm seeing 15.6 million. 15.6.
That might be the one from direct
Yeah.
testimony.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm getting the concept. So show me how I get to $30.6 million again.
Certainly. So the 30.6 I'd say is made up of, on row 20,
Mm-hmm.
you have $15.3 million for O&M right there.
Okay.
And I would say about 60% of that we kind of talked about was storms, pension, things out of our control.
Okay.
In rate base, you're going to have a $9 million impact there. That's the 10% of the 90 million on rate base.
Yeah, okay, I'm just looking at the wrong chart, so I guess I better. So the component parts are going to be the operations and maintenance variance,
Sure.
and what row is the rate base variance?
It's row 13 on schedule RTL R1.
Got it. Okay, I see that. All right.
Beyond that, there's two more things I would point you to. And one of them is on row 16, you'll see sale of electricity.
Okay.
And then on row 23, you'll see other taxes.
Okay. Well, the sale of electricity is a deduction here.
Yes, so you need to net 16 and 23 with each other, because in the revenues we're going to have surcharges for
Okay.
things like your Montgomery County tax, et cetera. So when you net those together, we have about a $3 million revenue variance that was lower. So that's going to contribute $3 million to your revenue requirement.
Okay. And so this chart is on your direct testimony, most recent direct testimony.
Rebuttal
It's
testimony.
rebuttal testimony.
Yes, because we made an update to
Well,
it.
that would explain that. Okay. Let me move on to the project costs, projects closed plant. Just a couple of informational things so I understand precisely what you're doing here. So the bottom line there is 247,668. So that represents all of the capital projects that are closed in rate year 3, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so the negative items, I presume, would be examples of projects that are withdrawn, no longer used and useful. How do I interpret those negative amounts? Well, let's look at the very bottom. Right above 247,668, 811, you have a 74014 utility project port management tool. And it's a negative 181,900. Does that what would that kind of entry represent?
It would determine on the specifics of each project, but often, I mean, these would reflect dollars moving off of this asset, and often they might move over to a different project.
But they would no longer be in the rate base.
Yeah, it would be a deduction to rate base. Yes.
Right, and so they would become what then? Does it?
It just reduces rate base and reduces our revenue requirement, so it reduces what customers ultimately pay for this specific project right here.
Okay. Okay. Is there any instance where a deduction from this report would trigger some other kind of rate recovery, not a rate-based recovery? It's just gone.
Yes, these are just moved off of these projects and off of rate base for these projects. So they ultimately reduce rate base and reduce the revenue requirement for those projects.
Okay. Another question I have about this is what is a facility relocation? I just want an explanation of what that means.
High level, I'd say we have assets that are in rights of ways of like counties, for instance. They may say, hey, we're going to widen a road. You've got some lines here. You've got to go move your lines out of our right of way so we can widen our road, and then we have to go do that. So we call that a facility relocation.
Okay. By the way, this document, I presume it's obviously in this document. Have you submitted it to the commission as an Excel spreadsheet? It looks like an Excel data table.
Yes, we've given electronic copies to the parties in this case. So
Excel form.
I'm highly confident we have. If we
Okay.
have not, somebody can
I'll check for
can
that
reach
then.
out, and we're happy to provide this in Excel.
Okay. Okay. Let's go now to Schedule 3, where hopefully now OPC asked a number of the questions that I had. Let me see if I can get down there. Okay. All right. So OPC council asked about line item number 9, which had to do with the $12 million variance. And just looking at these explanations on this sheet, in an effort to understand this, I noticed that in line item 8, it mentions FERC account 587 and 593.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Can you just point me to where you are in
Oh.
3, the exhibit with the discovery responses?
This is,
Or are you back on direct testimony?
boy, it's direct errata.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Final testimony final. That's
I just want to make sure I'm looking at what you are.
September,
it's a September 28th submittal. This,
Okay, I'm with you.
gotcha. I'll wait for you to get there.
Okay.
Okay, well, forgive me for not being on what might be the most up-to-date thing here. But in any case, so in line items 8 and 9, I've noticed references to FERC account 587, 593, 923, 588, 920. Look, I don't want to be critical. When I was a CFO, I think like clockwork, every month, maybe every week, I misclassified items. So I got it. I understand this. But typically my boss would say, will you make me up a schedule explaining where things started and where they ended up? Would it be possible, maybe this is a data request, what I would love to see holistically for this reconciliation is a matrix where the first column is a description of what the item is, whether it's miscellaneous distribution or customer installations, and running across the top would be all the FERC accounts. And if you're moving something from here to there would be a negative here and a positive there, and there would be an explanation in the far right-hand column. Would that be possible, so that we can see them all in one place?
Yes, I think we could commit to work to bring that back to you all to help try to give that level of transparency. And just note, I appreciate your understanding, and this is something I think we're committed to. As we've moved forward, trying to improve on this, because I do understand it presents challenges in reviewing this.
I'm not saying that you screwed up, but my boss always asked me, now explain why you screwed up, Kumar.
My boss asks me the same thing all the time, so I very much appreciate that.
Yeah, so, we're, okay. That's that. Next, going down to line 26 is uncollectible accounts. And what you have said is the budget is based on multivariable modeling that incorporates trend analysis as well as historical results, unforeseen impacts such as changes in customer behavior and commodity prices, yada, yada, yada. Significant. I have to say, I think that's a great explanation. So I'm curious as to why you can't make estimates about weather using a similar kind of reasoning. Because it seems to me that I know the weather is unpredictable and I know that it's getting worse, but it seems to me you should make a good faith effort. I mean, you should make an effort to calculate that and to incorporate it in your budgets, so that when you are coming to us with a revenue requirement, that's a part of that. And then if you overrun it, that's clearly an identifiable example of an inflationary event or an event of another storm. Is there a reason why that kind of methodology can't be, if it can be used for uncollectible accounts, can it not also be used for weather?
Well, from a weather perspective, I might just, I'm trying to think this through really quickly here as you ask that. It's a good question.
Are you the right person to ask?
I am not intimately familiar with our load forecasting, but one of the things I was
You
thinking
want
about.
to dump this off onto Vaus, perhaps? Yeah, he's
Well,
nodding his head.
And I was going to note, one of the things is our revenue is generally decoupled from weather, and I think what we see in terms of revenue variances is going to be due to other kind of factors within that, such as like customer growth, et cetera.
I think he threw you a lifeline.
Mr. Vahos might be able to get into a little bit more detail than I would, but generally I'd say we're a little bit insulated from weather due to that decoupling mechanism.
Okay. Going a little further up from that chart, there is a line item number 13, maintenance structures, and nothing was budgeted. $1.5 million was expended, and so it's saying variance obviously is $1.489 million. And first of all, I think the variance should not be 0%. I think it should be 100%. And secondly, more importantly, I think a $1.5 million negative variance ought to meet some sort of a threshold. So my first question is, what triggers, what is a definition of your threshold for the purposes of this report? And should not have that been triggered in this instance?
So I'll say I don't disagree with you that I think some of these might warrant an explanation. The threshold we used specifically was prescribed in order. I used to know it like clockwork, 89482, and I might be off on the last number there. Prescribed when we file these reports that are laid out here, that the threshold is 10% or more, where the original budget I think was $1 million or more. And so I think the reason this says no is the original budget was 0. But I can't say I disagree with your notion of just because you budgeted 0.
Yeah, I think that requires some.
I don't think I quite caught it and appreciate it, and as you're saying that, I think that makes sense.
Okay, I think we're going to need an explanation for that, as well as I'd love to know what a maintenance structure is. So
we can certainly follow up on those.
As a funny aside, I knew a business person who decided to hire a contractor to build a deck for their house and try to get away with calling it some sort of scaffolding structure. So I'm going to assume that's not the case in this instance.
Reminding me of a neighbor I have.
Right. Okay, on Schedule 3 also, line 24, which is, okay, this is customer records and collection expense, and it's a negative variance, but again, I think that something that big ought to be explained. Obviously, it's in your favor in terms of your performance, but, as an accountant, I would love to know what that was all about. Let's see if I have anything else. I think most of my questions were handled by OPC. Yeah, that's it. I would really like to see a report on the puts and calls here between all these FERC accounts, as well as, I guess perhaps our staff knows what these FERC accounts mean. I think in the future it would be nice to have the definition of these accounts somewhere on that piece of paper so that those of us who've only been at it for a year and a half will know what we're talking about. I assume by the year 2029, when I'm leaving, I'll have memorized all the FERC accounts, but I'm not there quite yet. So let me just cap all this off with just a thought about the $30.6 million. As a commissioner, I really want to have an insight as to how much was due to inflation, how much was due to extreme circumstances, and how much was due to the fact that you guys decided to do a rate base operation that you thought made sense, but you might have been overstepping. I want to be able to see things like that. I want to see that kind of analysis for this and in the future, because I think that's important to the customers in our state before I can rule on this. Just throwing that out there. Okay.
I can certainly take it back with our team and very much appreciate the feedback here, and I think this will help us too as we move forward, making sure we keep trying to get better and better at these, and I'm getting a lot of insight into where we've got opportunities to help make things a lot clearer for you all. So appreciate that.
Okay. Well, there was one other question I forgot to ask, and maybe you don't know the answer, and maybe this is for Bajos, but, the Bureau of Labor Standards has all sorts of inflation indices. They have almost 100. Is there any inflation index that's appropriate for electric utilities? Because I noticed the variance here for these O&M costs is... it is 6.7%. So I don't know how much of that is inflation or how much of it is whatever. I need to grapple what that is. But is there an inflation index that I should be looking at that's published?
I think I'm going to owe him a lunch, but I might pass that one over to
Okay.
Mr. Bajos to talk about.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Probably similar questions, and I think OPC also gone into some of the areas. I guess at this point in the case, I'm just trying to grapple with all the information we have, the charts, the tables, the narratives, and you've been identified as the person who really kind of can pull that all together. So a lot of homework here for us as we go and start studying all this and try to make a decision. So the way I'm looking at this is really there's two big decisions. One, okay, you have a number of things that you want to move into rate base, and it's a prudence question. So one, I think if I'm correct, I can get all the I guess programs, or the CapEx programs, from your I guess it's RTL R2, and the most up to date is in your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then if I want to understand, if there's some of them I want to kind of dig into, I guess the prudency question, why specifically, is that where I would go to, I guess Schedule 4, it was handed out. There's a number of there's a box, and it kind of goes through each of the projects. I was trying to match up a few, you want suggestions, maybe having the numbers in the same order so we're not having to
We've tried to sort them smallest to lowest, but that's not how they're done in other places.
Understood, yeah.
I appreciate
But just because it is sort of like we're having to compare charts, and maybe to Commissioner Barbie's point, having some of this maybe in one place, especially if we're trying to understand variances, what you want going into rate base, and it's a prudency question, and then you have some projects, CapEx projects, that aren't done yet, okay, but you still are asking for a variance, correct?
Well, so
so you wanted to go into the reconciliation under.
No. I want to make sure this is abundantly clear. If the project is not done, we are not asking for recovery of it. And I think we have a schedule that shows all of the capital expenditures we made, because that was one of the the AIF kind of required schedules, if you will, and very much understand that it's created confusion about that topic specifically. And so we tried to add to the requirements this schedule that shows projects close to plant and service, because those are the only ones we're asking for recovery of. If it's not done, but we spent money on it, we're not asking for a prudence determination or recovery of it yet.
Okay, so some of these projects I'm looking at that it appears they weren't anticipated, weren't in the MYP, and there is also a variance. Those are not in this reconciliation.
They'll be in the reconciliation if they are in RTL R-2, Table 1.
Okay, so just what's in RTL.
Yeah, I'd say that is the guide, or the gospel,
Okay.
as I call it, for what we're asking for recovery
Only these
of.
projects then are in the second question, and that is what's in reconciliation.
Yes, my source of what is in the reconciliation is this Table 1 and RTL R2. That's my gospel of here's everything we're asking for.
Okay. So anything with a variance, the explanation on the CapEx that are going into rate base, all those explanations will be just on this table here, Schedule 4. Is that both for prudence and an explanation for variance, or is there additional information that goes into more depth on the prudence?
So I'd say the more information going into depth on prudence would probably be, I'm looking at in my page 6 of my rebuttal, we have a copy of that Table 1. There's a witness name next to every project. So just looking at the top one, 75096, that new business program, Jacqueline Cantler is listed as a witness there.
Yeah.
She'll give kind of more discussion around why did we do what we did, how did we execute it, et cetera, to help support that kind of prudency determination. I don't think just the numbers I have give you that answer.
So just grab 75096. If I really want to understand more, I then go to Ms. Cantler's testimony, and I'll find in there a discussion. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, then, just trying to understand then, obviously we're looking at, in NY3, year 3, NYP3, so the revenue requirement, you collected 15, well, there was an additional $15 million to the revenue requirement, so that was collected. But on top of that, you believe that you're due another $30 million, and that was for all the reconciliation. Okay, so we're basically, it's 45 million, you originally requested 30 million. We authorized a 15 million increase, but we're finding that, you're saying that you actually needed 45 million. Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't recall all the specifics of what we asked for versus were awarded back in 9655, but I do generally, the premise I think you laid out is kind of along the right lines. We asked for an amount, it was reduced, and now here we are with an overage that I do understand the significance of what we're discussing here.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure I am putting all the numbers correctly together. So it's really a 45, that's what you probably wish you had asked for and gotten when you were here for the MYP. And we gave you 15.
If we had the benefit of perfect foresight and saw the inflation and everything, we might have tried to factor some of that in a little differently.
Okay, just wanted to get that. So, and that's made up of O&M costs, the reconciliation there, O&M, and I think OPC asked it. So 50% of that, okay, is from O&M costs. Okay, and is there any? I think the question was asked already, but if I wanted to go and try to understand, why, $15 million of the 30 is from, overspending and O&M. Is there a narrative someplace I can look in the testimony to understand that better?
I think in my direct testimony, I talked about just a couple of the drivers. I mentioned 60% of it, was due to pension and storms, so that we had higher levels of storms than we anticipated. Our pension costs came in much higher due to the market conditions that kind of happened after the inflationary pressures and everything. So that was about $9 million of that.
There's a number attached, 9 million. Okay.
Of that 15 million. And then I don't have the discussion of O&M in my testimony after that, and might phone a friend with Mr. Vajos around the discussion of the rest of the O&M, but it's going to be kind of the variances that occurred in all of our activities around corrective maintenance, collections, and kind of everything else that we've done as a company over the year.
But there's not really an accounting of, each of the, the total's $15 million. Is there?
It'll be in my
rebuttal?
My rebuttal or direct? Let me just check to make sure.
This is all for the O&M, the 50% of the reconciliation.
Yes, it was just the discussion I was having with Commissioner Barve on schedule. Schedule 3 kind of goes by FERC account what all the changes were, and OPC was kind of asking about the variance explanations we gave.
Okay, for O&M.
Yes.
Okay, and then you already talked about the 30% for rate base, and I can find that on the charts that you. What's the other 20%? I think you kind of said globally, but what exactly is?
Yes. So if we go back to, I'm just going to flip to my rebuttal schedule RTL R1.
Okay.
Are you there?
I'm looking
okay,
at it.
Okay,
yeah.
great. Sale of electricity and other taxes, I was saying we need to kind of net those two together because they have an offsetting effect because it's all of our tax surcharges that flow through those two lines. If you net those, we had about a $3 million revenue variance due to assumptions we had around customer mix and customer growth and things like that. And then if you look at the state income tax line, we had a state tax apportionment variance that drove about a $3 million impact there. So those two items make up the balance of that $30.6 million.
Okay, so that's primarily in your rebuttal. I'm sorry, your rebuttal testimony. If I wanted to understand that 20%.
Yes, it's on that schedule RTL R1 there.
And then as far as just category, I think you've talked about pensions and weather as drivers. If you wanted to put things in certain categories, what, I mean, overall, what would you say is the weather, I guess, driver? What is that, what percentage would you say of all the reconciliation requests, you know, both on an L&M basis and capital expenditures that you might have?
So we've tried to look at, I think it's roughly, let me just do the math really quickly, make sure I'm not. I'd say it's about 13 million of the 30 is things within O&M and rate base that were weather, new business, pension related.
Okay, you just lump them all together. I
You wanna try to
I kind of like to
break
just
them out a little bit
understand
more?
a little better,
Certainly.
especially the big drivers.
Yes. So in rate base, I think we had about 2 million that was storms
Okay, so it's 2 million.
of the revenue requirement.
Okay.
2 million that was new business
And rate base.
in
Okay,
rate
or
base.
CapEx,
Yes.
2 million.
And then in O&M, sorry, I'll slow down for you. We had about 5 to 6 million of pension.
And O&M. Okay.
Yes, 6 million of pension. Sorry, 6 million. Burning these numbers into my head these days. And then 3 million within O&M of storms. So that gets you a total of 9 in O&M for those things.
Okay.
And then we had the 3 million of revenue and 3 million of tax issues that I mentioned as well.
Okay, and when I want to go back and just sort of refresh it, I'd find that just in your testimony then. Okay. Okay. I think I appreciate that because you're helping me with my homework. So.
Good. So I certainly appreciate it's a lot. And it's very, like I said, it's very helpful kind of hearing how folks are thinking about it and where they're trying to understand things so that we can keep thinking about how to present this.
Okay, and I guess the only last two is just on the redirect. I was interested in discussion of budgets and revenue requirement. I mean, when you're looking at a rate case, I mean, the budgets are going to drive the revenue requirement request. Is that correct?
Yeah, they helped inform the basis for that revenue requirement
Okay.
that we requested in 9655.
Okay, yeah, I was just maybe wasn't quite understanding what the question was about, but to me, they seem very linked. And not necessarily two different concepts. So I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly what your answer was. And then the other was just the, looking at MYP1, MYP2. This is a pilot, and so I think you've stated already that we're kind of learning and trying to understand things as we go along. So I think, if you review the record, there were a lot of questions. I mean, I was particularly by Commissioner Suchman about, okay, hey, we're really interested in prudence. Fortunately, in years 1 and 2 of this, we didn't have a big reconciliation request like we have this time. I mean, it was like, what, $1 million the first time and maybe around $6 million the second time. And boom, now suddenly we're at $30 million. So I think hopefully you'll see that this is a different circumstance. And also as we go along, I think we've been, as we go through this, learning process, have been trying to ask more and more questions about. We need detail. So, is that something the company is hearing? That there are no precedents in a pilot. Would you agree?
Absolutely hear everything
Okay.
you're saying and fully agree. And I just wanted to articulate, we keep trying to believe we can improve. We want to make a better light bulb. And we're trying to look forward to a lot of things that will address the feedback that we were very much hearing and looking to improve upon. Don't take lightly your point about the 30 million now versus the 6-7 we had before. And I mean, we've looked at things like the earnings risk sharing mechanism that I think would address and take a lot of this away. And like I said, we're just very interested in taking this feedback and trying to figure out how we help make a better product here that works for everyone.
Okay, good. No, I'm glad to hear that we're learning together, because I was concerned in a couple places in testimony and in the redirect and also, and we'll have Mr. Vajos up here, that somehow years 1 and 2 should somehow be a precedent, and if we did it then we have to do it now, and I'll be interested to hear more from Vahos on that, but I kind of reject that. I think we're learning together, as you stated, and I certainly think that also the scale of what we're looking at is significantly different, so it sounds like we're of one mind on that.
Appreciate what you're saying very much and understand. We're looking to get better and can't always look to the past as how it's going to be forever.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Lemming.
Good morning.
Glad we could still say morning. Time seems to be getting away from us. So yesterday, in your conversation with Ms. Francis, you talked about sort of the general ways in which you recover as a utility. You have the revenue requirement, and then that's sort of based on, and the rates are based on O&M and a return. We authorize some level of return, and you get a return on rate base. In proceedings in the past, before we did the MYP, it was just a historical test year, based on a historical test year. The utility, Pepco, would come to us and say, this is what we spent on O&M in last year. So let's say 2024 was the historical year, test year. And then this is what we put in to, this was our capital costs for poles and wires, and we're asking for authorization to put that in rate base. And that's how we would determine what the rate would be based on that the spend would have been just O&M, and then we would rate base the capital piece of it, and then you would earn a return. But you wouldn't earn a return, for example, on the amount of money that you spent in putting up new poles and then rate base it. That would kind of be double recovery, correct? I mean, we wouldn't look to, let's say you spent $100 million on O&M and you spend $100 million on putting in new poles. We wouldn't determine your revenue requirement based on the $200 million, and then also authorize a return on that investment. We would authorize return on investment for the $100 million that you spent on the poles, and then we would also determine revenue requirement based on O&M. Am I understanding the way that?
Can I repeat it back just to make sure I'm
Please.
hearing the way you're describing it correctly? So the $100 million of O&M, we would get recovery of that.
Right.
If we spent $100 million on poles that were capital assets that went into rate base,
Right.
is that, yes, we would get a return on those, and then we would depreciate them over 50 years. So let's say $2 a year.
Right, but we wouldn't give you an immediate cost recovery for that $100 million.
No, it would be the two.
Right.
Two for the depreciation.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions based on, I don't really know what to call this, but let's say the September 2024 filing. We could call that the errata filing.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we start on page 2? And there you sort of, this is on line 16, you sort of point out the magnitude of the under recovery is largely driven by higher than projected rate base and higher than projected operating expenses. So I'm just reading that. So those are sort of generally the sort of two drivers. And then why don't we turn to page 7, and starting on line 19, you talk. This is sort of focused on the O&M piece of this. And so what you're saying here is that the O&M was 6.8% higher than the budgeted expenditures, and based on higher pension and storms, and then these cost pressures are about 60% of the expense variance. But and then you testified earlier that's about half of what you're asking in terms of the rider that you'd like for the representing the variance.
Correct.
Okay, and then if we go to the next page, so when you're talking about actual, starting on 16, actual capital expenditures are 5.8% higher than the budgeted amount. So you're asking for you're asking for cost recovery there, mostly related to corrective maintenance expenditures. So for those capital expenditures, those will ultimately be rate-based,
Correct.
but they're not being rate-based now.
If they were put in service,
But if they were not put in service, for what you are requesting, in terms of the rate base aspect, and is any of that reflective of spend that you are not asking to be rate based in the big filing that you have in the rebuttal? So is any of that spend not being rate based, or your not part of the request to be
that
rate?
spend is being rate based. That's in RTL R2.
Right.
Anything that's not there is not. We're not asking for any money
Okay.
related to it.
So what I'm asking is for any of that 30.6 million that you are claiming has been an under recovery, is any of that for the rate base aspect spend that is not being requested to be cost recovered in this proceeding?
No, it is all rate based that we're requesting a recovery of.
Okay,
That's
so
about
all of
money.
that would be in that R, RLR2, all of that, so, okay.
Yes, and that
Okay.
contributes about $9 million
Okay.
to that 30.
So explain to me how that doesn't represent double recovery.
So the way I think the way to think about it is, if you look at the rate base variance, it's $100 million. We're not asking for $100 million. The 9 million that it contributes to the revenue requirement is the return on those assets. So the capital cost, we've had to issue debt and equity to finance those, right? Because we've spent $250 million that's going to go into rate base. We're not asking for $250 million. So we've had to finance that by issuing debt, issuing equity. That $9 million is the cost of the interest and the equity return that we have to produce on those assets, as the cost of capital, the
Yeah,
ROR that we talk about.
But you would, if this was historical test year, you would have to incur those costs. You wouldn't be asking for us you wouldn't ask to recover those costs. You would just rate base what you spent and then earn a return. I'm not understanding why you get to why you're asking for us to give you additional money for the rate base. I understand the O&M piece of that. So that's a different issue. I'm struggling with with you asking that we approve these capital expenditures to be rate based, and so you can earn a return, and in addition to that, asking for monies to be put into a rider for additional recovery when you couldn't do that in a historical test year. So just explain to me why this is different.
So to me, it's very comparable to a historical test year. We're looking back in time for rate year 3 at what got put in service. They're going into rate base. So in a traditional test year, right, we would look back at the test year, we would see what our rate base was, what capital assets went into rate base in that historical test year. That's what we're doing here by looking at the 247 million that went into rate base. And then on rate base, you get a return on that, and that goes into your revenue requirement.
Right.
And so what we're doing here is saying, well, what were the assets that went into service in that rate year, and what in the revenue requirement, what is the return portion requirement of those to go into the revenue
But,
requirement?
but they haven't gone into service until we say they've gone into service. So you're coming to us, you're asking for us to approve this. It's like you're asking for advanced cost recovery. You're asking us to give you, I mean, I think what you're asking is you're asking us to give you a return for assets that haven't been rate-based yet.
Yes, I guess this is our request, if you will, for them to go into rate base for that period
Okay.
to earn a return.
I've never heard of that before. I mean, maybe it's there somewhere, but this seems to be a little bit of double counting. I mean, you guys wanted to do MYP, so this is a sort of a new structure. But this, I mean, unless you can explain to me why it's okay to earn a return on something that we haven't approved, I'm not getting why that it's appropriate to ask for that 9 million. I'm maybe I'm just not getting it.
I'm just trying to think through a way to explain.
Because we haven't approved any of this list. We could
Yes,
say
agreed.
we could say no to the list. If we said no to this entire list, then would it be appropriate for us to still give you that $9 million?
I think for us to earn a return on an asset, it has to be deemed appropriate for inclusion in rate base by the commission. I'm not trying to argue that is not the
Okay,
case at all.
so if we were to say no to everything here, then you would agree that we shouldn't be giving you the 9 million for the rate base piece.
It is predicated on the commission determining that it goes into rate base in that rider.
Okay. Well, now I think I better understand what you're asking then. So can I ask you to turn to Schedule 3, page 2 of 2?
Are you still on direct?
Yeah, I'm
Schedule-
still in this one.
Schedule
Whatever,
3.
whatever you want to call this thing. Yeah. So just so that I'm clear, this is O&M. You're asking for the adjusted piece, not the 22 million, but the 15 million.
Correct.
And
After
that's
all
and
those
that's
adjustments come out.
and that reflects all of these reductions.
Yes, that's correct.
So, okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, actually staying in the same document, but actually flipping to Schedule 4.
Schedule 4. All right.
One of the things that I noticed in going through this with the variances is that they all seem to, or most of them, almost all of them, seem to have a variance of 3 digits. And they go in both directions, some, up and some down. But, and so I guess what I was wondering about, I mean, I've heard the other witnesses in this case talk about this fairly extensive planning process you have for figuring out, what projects go forward and how you, look at alternatives and try to find the best one. So I guess I'm somewhat mystified as to, given that process, why the variances are so large, and like I said, they go, but now some of them I know are things where we pulled the plug on projects, so I understand that part, but it strikes me that a lot of them, particularly the ones that are going forward, still have, a fairly wide variance between what was originally budgeted and what you wound up spending. I mean, is there a flaw in the budgeting process, or, I mean, is this because you're still trying to figure this out?
I'm certainly hearing your feedback, and I think, one of the things that I think we've kind of heard and talked about a little bit is on a capital project, right, they're going to span multiple years, and so you might see a dollar could be in December of one year and then end up in January of the next, and that's a 1 month shift, and that'll pop as a big change when you look at things year over year. So I think we're kind of hearing and thinking about maybe there's ways that we can better show the total project cost that was incurred over its life as it's going into service and things like that, to help control some of these variations that might be caused by the timing of where that dollar got spent over year one or year two, because it's ultimately going to go into service when we're asking for it. And so I think there's things kind of like that that are contributing to it. And so there's things I think we're hearing and learning and trying to look to implement going forward to try to help give more clarity around this. I certainly appreciate the challenges people are raising and the things we're here talking about today.
Because I guess the other thing that, again, kind of concerns me is the fact that, with these wide variances, essentially what we get are, 2 or 3 sentences and explanation. And some of them, are pretty straightforward. Like, yeah, commission said we can't do this, so we're not doing it. But for some of the others where you actually are doing the project, it's, just a couple of sentences explaining why, things are the way they are, it doesn't seem to kind of, and I guess I'm wondering if more information at the front end would address this problem that I've sort of heard through the course of cross-examination of having to ferret out the information via a gazillion data requests and things like that. So.
Yes, I mean, I've certainly heard a lot of things parties have wanted to see, including the commission here, that I think we've got opportunity to provide up front. I definitely hear that, acknowledge that, and want to look to make those improvements that folks are looking for.
Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I hated it when people on my committee asked for a second bite at the apple. Okay, so when you and I were talking about that Schedule 2, the one that had rate base and all that, at that very moment, my computer logged off. That's why I wasn't able to get to that chart. So I'm there now. So here's what I would like to ask you, if you would take a moment. This is from your, it's Lemming rebuttal. Rebuttal is the testimony that I should be looking at for this chart, correct?
Correct. Are you talking about the revenue requirement?
Well, yeah, the revenue requirement is up there, and well, that says rate base 2356, and then if you go to the next chart, which is the Schedule 2 chart, where I can see that 2356 adjusted rate base number, so those two things hook in, which I like. So you identified 4 line items that should be netted together that would yield me the $30.6 million. Could you tell me which those line items were again?
Sure, it's line 13.
13.
You would that $90 million is a $9 million revenue requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Line 20.
20, which is let me just see. So that's the O&M.
Yes, that's 15.3 million of the revenue requirement.
Got it.
Line 24.
Okay. And that's
a state tax apportionment thing that we dealt with in case 9702.
Yeah, stupid legislature. Okay.
And then if you net line 16 and 23, you have about $3 million for revenues.
Anything else?
Those are the, I'd say, material components.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so given the fact that it's 10 to 12, I don't think we can do Mr. Brajos in 15 minutes. So we're going to break for lunch now and come back at 1:45. So. Thank you.
way more.
Okay. Okay, back on the record in case 9655. Go ahead.
The company calls David M. Bajos to the stand.
Outstanding.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the perjury, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth like you did?
I do.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
I will. So my first name is David. Last name is Vahos. David's D-A-V-I-D. Vahos is V as in Victor, A-H-O-S.
Could you give us your business address?
Yes, it's 701 9th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20001.
Mr. Vajos, do you have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of David M. Vajos on behalf of Pepco?
I do.
Does that document consist of 72 pages and 3 schedules?
Yes.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimony
I do
at
not.
this time? If I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honors, I would like to have the rebuttal testimony of David M. Vajos marked for identification as Pepco
16.
16,
16 FR.
16FR, and move that it be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
So marked, so admitted.
Your Honors, I do have some brief live rejoinder for Mr. Vajos.
Okay.
All right. First, at page 24, lines 12 through 13, AOBA witness Oliver states in his rebuttal testimony that simple comparisons of growth and overall O&M cost versus comparisons of O&M spending versus the rate of inflation do not provide a meaningful assessment of the company's cost control efforts. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. I think it can provide important data that the Commission should consider. And what I'll share with you today is if you think about the first MYP through the 3 years for Pepco Maryland, their performance, if you were to look at our O&M growth rate, so that's the rate of growth in O&M every year, excluding things that we don't control like storms, you would see an O&M growth rate of 2% over that 3-year period. The inflation period, using CPI, the inflation period over that comparable time period that was experienced in our economy was 6%. So that means we're 1/3 of the total amount of inflation during that 3-year period. If you were to calculate the value for customers of avoiding the full 6%, that's a $30 million of avoided costs that we were able to deliver to customers over the MYP period. So while that is not the only factor, obviously, that a commissioner should consider when you think about was our O&M prudent, did we behave appropriately, I do think it is important evidence to set a context for how serious we as the management team take our obligation to try to keep bills as low as we can and affordable.
Thank you, Mr. Vajos. On page 28, lines 18 through 22, to page 29, lines 1 through 10 of AOBA witness Oliver's rebuttal testimony, he testifies that the Commission should not find satisfactory your statement that the company ultimately manages its spend at the total O&M level, and that such a high level of management of O&M costs should not be deemed sufficient. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I want to be very clear here and make sure we're not conflating two different ideas, if I may. So when we do the long-range plan that you have heard about, the 5-year LRP is the acronym that we use, we will do a bottoms-up build. So think about how many people do we need in a call center? How many resources do we need in the field? How many finance and accounting folks do I need? That's how we do our long-range plan, right? Bottoms up, and then we look at it and say, can we afford that? And do we challenge ourselves to find ways to be more efficient, right? That's the long-range plan. That's very different than when you're in the year of execution, right? When you actually have a budget, in this case, let's say 2025, and you're working through the year and determining how best to meet that budget. Because things, as this commission is well aware of, will be different, right? We'll use preventative maintenance programs. You do inspections, all of a sudden you find that you have more corrective maintenance work you have to do, either O&M or capital. And so what do we do as a management team? I think you heard this from company witness Cantler, you heard this from company witness Young, is we collectively, in my case, I partner with the chief operating officer, and we say, what are our options? Literally, what are our levers in the case where we see overruns in run place, where we can cut back spending and try to get back to the total budget. Admittedly, we're not always successful in that. We're not. Sometimes we can only partially mitigate things that are happening in any given year. But the way we think about it is you have to look at the entire portfolio of O&M and capital that you have in that year in the budget. You have to think about what you're trying to accomplish for your customers in terms of customer service, safety, reliability, and then you have to make the judgment of where are those things that you can tweak to try to get back to the plan. That's why looking at O&M is not only important and appropriate, it's sound business management and sound cost management.
On page 18, lines 5 through 9 of staff witness Austin's rebuttal testimony, he agrees with AOBA witness Oliver that an appropriate verification of Pepco's accounting for construction in aid of construction, contribution in aid of construction, which is known by the acronym CIAC, and for the record, be pronouncing kayak, for new business connections would require an audit or auditing economic review of Pepco's new business connection activity. Is such auditing or accounting or economic review needed?
No, I don't believe it is. At best, it would be duplicative. So, as this commission is aware, we are audited every year by an independent auditor, in our case, PricewaterhouseCoopers. And as part of that annual audit, they will review everything on the balance sheet, everything in O&M, et cetera, and make a determination of whether or not those accounts, including how we handle new business, how we handle CIC, are in conformance with generally accepted accounting principles. And they have concluded consistently that our financial statements are materially correct. And I think, as we heard from other witnesses of the last few days, we continue to follow the tariff that governs how we handle new business and CIC charges back to our customers. So an audit, again, I'm not going to tell the commission you can't request one, but in my opinion, it is duplicative of services that customers are already paying for, since they have to ultimately pay the PwC audit fees, and I don't see any value in having one done.
AOBA witness Oliver testifies at page 31, lines 1 through 3, that Pepco's management of its O&M expenditures, cost savings associated with a given area or activity become license for the company to spend more money in other areas. Is that a correct characterization of the company's operations?
No, I reject that on its face. I think, as I mentioned in my first live rejoinder, we delivered a 2% O&M growth rate in an environment where inflation was 6%. You don't do that by not trying to work hard and save money. We're not redeploying savings. And I just reject that in its entirety.
That's the end of the rejoinder I have for Mr. Vahos. But before I make him available for cross, there was one question that we wanted to address regarding whether the company budgets for storms. Commissioner Suchman, I believe you asked that on the first day. So I understand the commissioners are going to have questions after cross is done, but Mr. Vahos is prepared to address that question just so it doesn't get lost and we don't forget about it.
Want it now, or you want to wait?
We can wait.
We can wait.
Okay. All right.
I think
Mr.
we'll remember,
Vahos is
so we'll take a note. So.
Mr. Vahos is ready for cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vahos. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon.
Can you state your job title for me?
I'm the Senior Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer for PHI.
All right, and then in the first page of your testimony, you describe your role a little bit, but can you tell me what your responsibilities are in your role?
Yeah, so my responsibility is for the overall financial health and well-being of the organization. So when we think about making sure we maintain our credit rating, right, which is how we have access to the capital markets when we raise debt. In addition, making sure I provide management with information about what are the consequences and the impacts to us financially and to revenue requirements and rates of different spending plans that we may articulate over time. So if you think of the long-range plan that I think Company Witness O'Donnell described on the first day, an output of this long-range plan, where we get everyone's O&M and capital plans that they intend to try to do over 5 years, is not only balance sheets and cash flow statements and what does that mean in terms of financing requirements and liquidity needs, but what are the associated revenue requirements that would generate, and what does that mean for our customers? So all of that process is the process that I play the governor role for.
Okay, and on the first page of your testimony, you say that you have oversight over a number of things at PHI, including budgeting functions and PHI's internal financial control structure. Do you remember
Correct.
saying that?
Yep.
And what does that mean to have oversight over budgeting functions and PHI's internal financial control structure?
So the way that our budgeting process works within PHI is we have a centralized team when you think about our O&M plans and our capital plans that sits in my organization, that gets all of the information from the parties and puts it in, and sometimes they do, sometimes we do, so it depends on the exact item, but bear with me. But we put it into our planning tool, it's called WPT, and that allows us to look at O&M by department, by expenditure type, so think of like labor versus contracting in a uniform way. It's also the tool where we do our headcount planning. So to the extent that we've got staffing changes over time, that would be captured in that technology as well. And then similarly on the capital investment side, we're going to put in, again, that same idea, department and the nature of the expenditure, labor, contractor for that project. So that all sits in my organization and is fed from the operations teams, the GREA teams, or the regulatory affairs team for their budgets, like Morgan O'Donnell described. She does her own budget, right? So that all comes to me, and we do it centrally, so we can see the total of it.
So that provides you pretty good visibility into a number of areas of the company, not just the financial matters that you have direct responsibility for.
Correct. That's the entire enterprise of PHI.
All right. On page 5 of your testimony, you state that you're providing your rebuttal testimony in part to provide additional insight into the work performed at the FERC account level to underscore the reasonableness and benefits received by our customers. And I can give you the line numbers if that helps, but that's such a general statement. I thought you might just remember testifying.
I do, yes, you're fine.
What does it mean when you say at the FERC account level?
I think I'm so glad you asked that question, because I realized I didn't fully articulate the why we're doing this, and I noticed that yesterday when OPC was asking some cross questions for one of our witnesses. So if I may backtrack for a moment for purposes of the record, company witness Lemming described kind of how the initial MYP for Pepco started with this FERC account budget. So it's I'll call it a higher level view of FERC account budget data that became, I won't say the basis because the commission doesn't approve budgets, right? They approve a revenue requirement, but it was in that record. And what has been occurring is since day one, we've continued, all the parties, not just us, but all the parties have been relying on that. I can't even remember the exhibit in Mr. Lemming's testimony, but that kind of one-page exhibit with those higher level variances that we were talking about today as the basis for what we spent and why we spent it. And so as I thought about that coming here now as the new CFO at PHI, thinking about the testimony from the parties saying it really isn't enough for us to help us make an informed judgment, reflecting on this commission's decision and order, I should say, to have BGE put on more of a prudency case in the record in the reconciliation filing, not rely on everything in the whole docket. I asked my team within PHI, is there a way that we could provide more detailed information for O&M than we've ever given before, for purposes of at least giving the parties something more than just that one exhibit in Mr. Lemming's testimony. So if I can take you to my first schedule at the end of my testimony.
This is DMV dash R1
Yes, thank you. DMV-R-1.
dash 1.
And so let me describe it briefly, if I may. So you'll see how it's organized. It gives you, for instance, account 580, supervision and engineering. It's got a total value. It's actually, it's not a page in testimony, Your Honor. It's the first exhibit. First page looks like that. So what we've done in this exhibit is for all those FERC accounts and those values that were in Mr. Lemming's testimony that just had the one number and a couple little descriptions on the side. I think you were looking at this earlier, Commissioner Barbe. What we've done here is we've broken it down and said these are the areas that actually spent money in that FERC account. We've not done this before. This is new. So the parties have never seen this before. It's something we created for purposes of giving them more insight into what we did and why. And so what you'll see is there's pages and pages of numbers, but I'll admit, there's no description here. However, those of us as witnesses, so witness Cantler, witness Bosvik, witness Young, and myself, have literally pages and pages and pages of testimony describing what it is that was happening in these FERC accounts. So that was our attempt to provide more information to the parties. Now, I want to acknowledge, because I thought OPC pointed this out well yesterday, what we didn't give was budgets to compare it to. I asked, I think that's a very fair request to say, hey, why can't I see what you thought you were going to do by that practice area in that budget line item? And the answer is we didn't keep it. We don't use that FERC account view to manage the business. So we made our initial filing back using 2019 budgets. We landed on this FERC view as the way we would handle variances for O&M. In fairness to the team, no one ever thought to keep budget data that would allow us to compare this to something. But I still thought it was important for purposes of trying to answer and be responsive both to the commission as well as the parties is to give them more. And I think what you've seen in some of the data requests that AOB and OPC have been able to produce is where we had a budget number. We absolutely are happy to share it. I just don't have a complete data set of every single budget for all of these items, unfortunately. I wish I did. I really do, but I don't. I think I will add my commitment to this commission is my expectation for my team going forward is if we're going to go do something with budgets, right, using budgets for future MYPs, then we have to be able to give this level of budget information so then we can come back later and explain what it is that happened and why it was different.
So I guess that that's something that you might do in the future, but you have not done in this case.
We have, unfortunately, I've asked, I've looked, I literally just don't have the data to provide it. I wish I did. And again, I realized that yesterday when you were all asking your questions that I just had not gone through the logic of how we landed here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do appreciate the chance to kind of just clarify.
Sure. Going back to the remarks that you made on page 5 of your rebuttal, and actually maybe now you should actually turn to it. It's lines 1 through 3 at the top of page 5. I asked you the question about the statement you made about the FERC account level. Now I'd like to ask you what you meant by the phrase underscores the reasonableness and benefits received by our customers. What do you mean when you say there benefits received by our customers?
The service.
Okay.
So, for example, I'll use my own organization. In my testimony, one of the things I talk about is finance and accounting as a service. And so that's a service, obviously, that we need because we have to keep our books and records, we have to plan, we have to finance. So that's a service that I consider, while I'm serving PHI, you have to have that service to be able to do what we do to provide safe and reliable service to our customers. So in all of our testimonies, what we're talking about O&M, we're trying to describe what it is that we were doing in these FERC accounts in these responsibility areas.
Okay. And then what do you mean by the word reasonableness in that sentence there?
our expectation with our description is that parties would have a chance to review what it is that we were doing in those FERC accounts, in those responsibilities areas, and determine, like we have determined, that our activities have been reasonable and prudently incurred.
Okay. Is there? Would you agree that an element of reasonableness is affordability, rate affordability?
I think affordability is a critical item for customers all the time, and we think about them.
And that is something that Pepco thinks about?
We talk about affordability constantly.
Okay.
And so I'll give you an example. We hold ourselves accountable. No one's ever asked us to do this. We hold ourselves accountable as a management team to drive our O&M growth rate to be lower than the rate of inflation, right? You could argue you could just tolerate the rate of inflation, but that's not good enough for us because we know every single dollar we spend in O&M is literally a dollar on a customer's bill. Mm-hmm. And so we hold ourselves accountable to, over the long term, deliver value to our customers by forcing ourselves to look for efficiencies, to not take it for granted that we can just spend this O&M because it's there and inflation's gone up. And I'll just use my example from live rejoinder. $30 million of avoided O&M in MYP1 by our efforts, so a 2% growth rate versus a 6% inflation rate. I think that's pretty compelling evidence that we care about affordability and that we take our obligations to not only serve customers well with really good reliability in the state, and we're proud of that, but we got to do it in the most efficient way we can for our customers.
And that's because you want to keep rates as low as possible.
We absolutely want to do everything we can to make sure that we're balancing all of that.
Okay.
Right? So we have an obligation to serve. We have clear requirements on what that service needs to look like. And of course, customer expectations are always rising. We've got to make sure that we're taking care of our employees. So we got to make sure employees are fairly compensated, right? And we look at the market for that and see where market prices are. And we try to make sure that we can afford financially to do all that work while balancing, well, what does that mean for the customer? So all of those things are in this decision-making process together. They're not an isolated event, if that makes sense to you.
Okay, yeah, it does. Can you turn to page 3 of your testimony?
Absolutely.
And there's a question that begins on line 15. It's question 7. And the answer goes on to page 4. And you state in that section of your testimony that there are several factors that Pepco employs when making spending decisions. The first is that it be used and useful for your capital expenditures. The second is that it be reasonably incurred in fulfilling the obligations of the utility. The third item is that it must pass a reasonable judgment standard. And then the fourth is that cost must be managed in a reasonable manner. You see that?
I do.
And you go on to state that any prudency assessment of the company's spending decisions must be based on these factors and the information that the company had available at the time the decision was made, rather than in hindsight review. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by hindsight review?
What I mean is the prudency standard does not allow someone to come in after the fact and use information that wasn't available at the time that management made its decision to then reach a different conclusion and therefore make some kind of judgment about prudency. The standard is you have to use the information that was available at the time that the decision was made.
Okay, and just to restate what I think you just said, you would agree that asking whether Pepco properly considered the information it had access to at the time it made its spending decisions would not be hindsight review.
Absolutely agree. That's absolutely a fair place to ask questions.
And further, that if the commission disallowed costs because Pepco failed to properly consider that information, it would not be hindsight review.
It would not be hindsight review if, in that example, we had information and the commission decides that we should have made a different decision based on that information at that time, then yes, that would be appropriate.
And just I don't want to belabor the point, but it's not just the information you had, it's the information that you had access to.
It would be the information that we had. So if I don't see it, it's going to be hard for me to incorporate into a judgment that I make.
Okay.
It just because access implies it's theoretically available somewhere, but if my management team at PHI didn't actually have it at the time that they made the decision, then that can't be deemed imprudent.
So
We're a very complicated organization. I think
Sure.
you appreciate that.
yeah, I do. But let me ask it this way: if Pepco refused to consult evidence that it could have looked at, do you think that that would, under your what you just said, would that would that mean that it wouldn't that we couldn't review it because you didn't have that information?
Well, in your example, you said we intentionally refused to use something.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean that is absolutely fair to hold us to that.
Okay. All right. I'd now like to ask you some questions about some statements that you made on page 5 of your rebuttal testimony at lines 21 through 23. And specifically the sentence beginning with additionally. You say that Pepco maintains a rigorous process to keep costs below the rate of inflation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you go on to state that Pepco actually did control the level of its O&M cost increase to 2.7%.
Could council provide a page site? and
Sure.
line number?
On page 9, lines 6 to 9 is where you discuss the 2.7% increase in O&M.
Yes.
All right. And then, but you go on to state in footnote 7 on page 9 that the O&M spend is a 6.8% increase if you include storm, what you call uncontrollable costs related to
correct.
pension
That's
and storm.
Yes.
Are customers going to pay rates based on the 2.7% that you mentioned in the narrative part of your testimony, or the 6.8% that you included in your footnote?
With the only distinction being, remember, these are before Mr. Lemming's rate-making adjustments, so that's not exactly the same number that Mr. Lemming has. But in your example, ignoring that for a moment, yes, they would pay the 6.8.
Okay. Let's see.
The only thing, if I can add, Council, so if you include all of the O&M, so even the uncontrollable items that I mentioned, then, and looked at that same 3-year period that I mentioned in my live rejoinder, that 2% becomes 4%, and we're still lower than 6%, and we still, all in, avoided $18 million of O&M for customers.
Yeah, let me ask you some follow-up on that, because you have a table on page 9 there that I think shows some of what you just described. Is that accurate?
This table is a slightly different view. I was trying to think, for purposes of answering the question about cost control and inflation as these hearings went in, just do the math over the 3 years in their totality. This is like by year, but directionally this is going to get you to the same place.
All right, I'm gonna hand you a data request that we sent to you. I'd like to have it marked as OPC Exhibit 12 FR.
That's right. Yeah.
And do you recognize this data request?
I do.
And you actually sponsored the response, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
In this data request, OPC asked the company to provide an update to the table that you included on page 9 that included the additional O&M expense that customers are being asked to pay that was excluded from table 1 in your rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
Can you identify what the total O&M variance for rate year 3 is in this exhibit?
Actually, before we get to that, we were missing one copy of the.
Yeah.
No. I mean, we'll
Yeah, if you don't mind. There you go. Sorry about that. I guess we miscounted the number of copies. You can look up. All right.
Okay.
Let me just repeat the question for you.
Please. Thank you.
In this data request, OPC had asked the company to provide an update to your table that included the additional O&M expense customers are being asked to pay that was excluded from table 1 in your rebuttal testimony. Could you identify what the total O&M variance for rate year 3 is?
Well, this is all actuals, Council, so what variance are you looking for?
the total the
Yeah. What is
the total O&M, including uncontrollable pension and minor storm costs.
I just want to be clear. Are you asking me to compare actual to actual or actual to budget, Council?
I'd like you to tell me what the figure is in the data response that you provided me for rate year 3, the total amount.
Oh, the total amount.
Mhm.
I thought you wanted a variance. I'm sorry.
I did not say there. I did. So the total O&M for rate year 3.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Good. So it's that number is 246.4.
And percentage-wise, that's 7.4%.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's more than double the number that you provided in Table 1.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'll accept at this point, for the purpose of this question, that the pension and the minor storm damage costs that you mentioned were uncontrollable. And that leaves 3.3% of Pepco's rate year 3 O&M expense under the company's control. Would you agree with that?
In part. And I'm not trying to.
Sure. No,
So it's a little more subtle than that. So think of corrective maintenance activities. We'll do our PMs, and if our corrective maintenance needs are higher than we budgeted, because there's either more volume or they're more expensive, as Company Witness Young and Company Witness Cantler discussed, we have to do them. But that's a little bit harder to say, well, what was uncontrollable or not. So those kinds of items that still are, in one sense, out of our control, I don't like to count them with storms and pension, which are so obviously easy to see. Like, that's very different.
Mhm.
But I wouldn't want to mischaracterize that the residual that still sits in O&M is 100% in our control. I think that's probably too much of a statement, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, it does. Now, you explain on page 13, line 22 of your rebuttal testimony, that the company manages its O&M spend at the total O&M level. Do you see that?
I do.
And what do you mean by that?
That's what I was hoping to convey in my live rejoinder earlier. But I was talking about how we do the long-range plan, right? We talk about what we need as an organization, bottoms up, and then what can we financially do. And then when you're in a year, again, I'll use 2025 as an example. Let's say we had a horrible minor storm season in the first 90 days of 2025. You've already used your entire budget for the whole year. By the way, that has happened in my tenure as a CFO. You've got to make choices, right? And so how do we do that? We collectively as a management team have to look at all the activities that we intended to do when we started the year and say, what are our options to go ahead and try to recover from the fact that we've already consumed the entire minor storm budget. So you don't do that department by department. That doesn't make any sense. You're going to make really bad decisions for your customers, right, and for your employees. You have to take a look at everything that you have left in the remaining year that you intend to spend, and then act collectively as a team, say, what are our options? With the goal of always getting back to plan. Ideally, I'd like to do better, but I just, I have to say, there's some years you just can't get there, unfortunately.
All right.
Does that help, Counselor?
It does, but I think I'm still a little unclear as to in what ways the company actually attempted to do that, to reduce your spending, especially in light of the storm and pension costs. Can you point me to any discussion in your testimony where you identify and explain specific reductions to your O&M spend in any account to ensure that the company's overall O&M remains within its budget?
I think we have a few limited instances where we probably talked about slowing down or deferring something, but no, you're correct. I don't recall any explicit, I'll call it accounting of what was that decision and how much was it worth. But no, I don't believe we did that.
And then as far, because I didn't see it either.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question. I don't think we did.
And then, but your response there, I don't want to belabor it, but you said that you hinted that maybe there was something in there. Can you think of anything specific? Can you point me to anything right now?
I can't. I'm sorry. And to your point, there aren't that many where I think I saw that. Most of them were, this is what we did, kind of after all the decisions were made. It's not where did we start? Again, we didn't have a budget to compare to as part of the problem. So it's hard to identify what those decisions were because we don't have a budget to compare to at this level.
All right. And are you aware of, or can you point me to any testimony filed by any other Pepco witness that provided that information?
I don't believe there is one, Counsel.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I'd like to turn back to the issue of rate affordability that we talked about in the beginning of this examination. I'd like to ask you, what does it mean to you for rates to be affordable?
I think what it means to me is doing everything we can for purposes of our customers to find the best balance available between our obligation to serve them safe and reliably and safely and operate this organization in the most efficient manner possible, right? So we need to constantly be challenging ourselves on how do we do things better than we did yesterday. And I'll give you an example. Like last year, as I was joining PHI, we made a decision collectively that we were going to go ahead and eliminate a vice president position and take that vice president's position and go ahead and spread those activities to other vice presidents in the organization. Now, we don't take something like that lightly because that's a lot of responsibility we're now transferring to other leaders in the organization, but we thought this is the right thing to do, right? We think we can stretch our team a little bit, move some responsibility areas around, and be able to save our customers money because we eliminate a senior officer in the organization. Those are the kinds of things that we are constantly trying to challenge ourselves on. How do we do it better? How do we organize ourselves? What technologies are available? Think about drones, for example. Can you use drones to do inspections on a feeder main and not have to roll a crew down that line? We are doing those kinds of things. So those are the examples where I think we're really following through on our commitment of providing safe and reliable service, but challenging ourselves every day to try to be more affordable.
Sure. So I think you just described some things you did maybe to lower your costs, and I guess the idea is that that might translate into lower rates, presumably maybe more affordable rates. But I'd like to ask you, what does it mean for a rate to be affordable?
What does it mean for a rate to be affordable?
Objection, asked and answered.
It hasn't been asked and answered.
I don't think I mean, this, I realize the general subject has, but this variation he's looking for, I don't think it's been answered. So.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could be a little bit more precise, Counselor.
Well, you said that rate affordability is important to Pepco. So I'm just asking, what in your mind, what does it mean for a rate to be affordable?
I think it's the answer I just gave. We have to find the best balance that we can between our obligation to serve and keeping our costs as low as possible.
Okay. Ms. O'Donnell testified on Wednesday. I have to cross out yesterday. I was getting too optimistic. Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I was here.
And if you recall, we asked her some questions about what steps Pepco takes to address affordability. Do you remember that?
I remember the question. I'm not sure I remember the answer. I apologize.
Sure. I'll try to refresh your memory. She mentioned some steps that Pepco takes, such as budget billing, payment arrangements, and I think she mentioned some outreach that you do to customers regarding LIHEAP and other energy assistance programs.
Yeah, so those are like customer-centric facing.
Right.
Yes, I remember that. Thank you.
But I started to think about that, and I just had some follow-up questions about it. Under your budget billing mechanisms, customers still need to pay the entire amount of the rates that they're being charged, right?
Yes, it just smooths it out over time for them. That's correct.
Okay. And the same is true for payment arrangements, too, right? The customers still have to pay the entire balance due, right?
They do, but they have the benefit of being interest-free for customers. So to the extent that you take advantage of a payment arrangement and it helps you get through a tough spell personally, you're not charged any interest, which is, I think, a nice benefit versus like having to use a credit card, for example.
Sure.
So there's definitely value there for customers.
All right. And when it comes to the LIHEAP or energy assistance programs, Pepco does not pay any of the costs associated with the cash assistance paid to, under those programs, right?
That's correct. Those are federal and state programs.
Okay. And Exelon shareholders do not provide any funds for those energy assistance payments?
That's correct.
And Pepco actually would not be able to prevent a customer from utilizing LIHEAP or other energy assistance funds.
No, we wouldn't want to.
I realize that, but I guess my question, Pepco has no control over that.
Well, we don't have a control, but we really do want to play a role in helping getting as many customers access to those programs as we can, helping them enroll, maybe giving them digital tools, connecting them with providers. I'm really proud of the work that we've tried to do. We go to community events and in-person events. So while we don't control the outcome, we can't make the decision about whether that person qualifies or not. I do think we play an important role in advocating for our customers. We were just down in D.C. on LIHEAP Day, as you may recall, Company Witness O'Donnell asserting, and doing everything we can to connect customers. So you might remember there's a universal eligibility law that passed in Maryland recently, and we were a strong advocate for that as the Exelon companies in Maryland and Annapolis. And the reason for that is if you think about our most challenged customers, it's not easy to get these services. And so universal eligibility was a framework where as long as you got qualified for one, you're qualified for all. We were at the front line pushing for that enhancement to take barriers away from giving help to our customers. Now, I'm not saying we're the only people pushing for that. I don't mean it that way. But I do see while we don't have control, we are absolutely engaged in doing everything we can for our customers.
All right. Let me ask you. I think going back to the issue of rate affordability, in your opinion, are you satisfied with the level of rates that Pepco charges to its customers? Do you think that they're as low as they possibly can be?
I'll put it this way, Councilor. I always want my O&M to be lower. That's my goal, right? We shoot to be lower than inflation. That is what I'm trying to do. That's the biggest single impact that I can have on my customers. I think we've done a good job. We've delivered top reliability performance in the state. We have incredible safety record when you look at like severe risk events. And when you think about our O&M performance, I'm really proud of what we've done as a team.
And I don't know if you recall, but there have been like customer surveys that Pepco has done where you ask customers if they're happy about certain aspects of your business. You're aware of those surveys?
I'm aware of those surveys, yes.
And as I recall, you guys do get high customer satisfaction with the level of reliability that you're providing.
That is my understanding.
But there's a much lower reported level of satisfaction with the affordability of your rates. Do you recall that as well?
Not affordability. The term I think is price.
Okay.
In the survey. Yeah.
But that's lower than the satisfaction. I think it might be the lowest.
I'll put it this way. I've been in this industry since 1998.
Mm-hmm.
Price is always the lowest.
Is the lowest? People aren't satisfied
people
with
it. People are not. I won't say they're not satisfied. They just don't like price. And so it's not some kind of new phenomenon that only recently occurred. It has always been an area where people express, relative to other things on those surveys, concerns around price. That's true. And I don't blame them. I mean, people have to feed their families, etc. So price is important.
Sure.
We agree.
Because every dollar that they pay for an electric bill, for example, is one less dollar that they have for groceries, medicine, things like that.
And we understand that.
And if you recall, during the questioning of Ms. O'Donnell, we presented some slides from an investor meeting. Do you remember us asking her about that?
I remember you asking. I don't have the slide.
Okay. I have my copy. I'm happy to hand it to you. And I don't have many questions about it, but just to show it to you. This is what we have marked as OPC 1FR.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with that slide deck?
I am. It's a little dated, but I am.
Okay. And that slide has the excerpt that I had flipped you to has a slide saying that it reaffirms Exelon's earnings per share growth target is 6.8% growth.
In this vintage, it's 6 to 8%.
Yeah. What did I say?
I thought you said 6.
6.8.
Yeah.
6 to 8.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
And on that slide, there are positive drivers listed. They're marked with a green upward arrow for each of the years spanning 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024, and 2024 to 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there are green arrows next to the name PHI for each of those years. And the first one specifically mentions Pepco's MYP1 for 2022 and 2023.
It does.
And then for the other to the 2023 to 2024 and 2024 to 2025, it states that that one of the drivers was the expected this expected rate increase that would occur under Pepco's second MYP. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that didn't happen, right? Your second MYP was not approved.
Well, 1 year was.
Well, as a stated rate, yeah. Okay, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Vaz. Thank you.
Greg, can I just make one? It's more of a, because this is a little old, as I mentioned, Council, I'm sorry. The growth rate now is actually 5 to 7.
Okay, so you guys knocked it down a notch?
Exelon knocked it down, yeah. So I just wanted to, just for fairness, because this is a little dated.
Yeah, and let me just ask you one follow-up question. What was the growth rate target when you planned and made the investments that you're seeking to recover in this case?
Oh, in 9655 originally?
Yeah, when the rate increase that you're seeking now, was it under the 6 to 8% or the 5 to 7?
This is almost like a historic test year, right? We're just looking for the reconciliation for rate year 3.
Yeah, but the spending was made during a period where the company overall, Exelon, was telling investors that they were expecting to grow earnings per share by 6 to 8%.
For rate year 3? I don't think so. I think it was already 5 to 7.
Okay.
I mean, that's subject to check, please. I'm doing it from memory, but I think it was already 5 to 7.
Okay. So when did the 5 to 7 happen?
It happened, I want to say, at the end of 22 into 23. I'd have to go back.
Okay.
It's not earlier than that for sure. It could be later, but I think it's the end of 22 into 23.
And I also gather from that slide that Exelon was expecting earnings from Pepco specifically to be among the drivers that helped the overall company reach the 6.8% or the 5.7%.
Yeah, yes, it would have expected all the companies in the fleet,
Great.
as they're making investments to, for customers to go in, seek recovery, and that would contribute to the bottom line over time. Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vives. Your Honor, I'd like to move into evidence OPC Exhibit 12FR.
No objection.
So admitted. Prince George's County. Don't see them. Sorry. Staff.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Dean with the Staff Council Division.
Good afternoon.
In your confidential attachment to your testimony,
Just one question to council. Just let us know if we need to go into confidential session.
I will. I'm planning on asking general questions. Starting at page 11 of 256, you have the Fort Lincoln Reliability Initiative Project Concurrence Committee section.
I have something different.
I do as well, council.
I have a different project there. Yeah. That one's not mine, council. That's an operational
Oh,
project.
okay. I see. I did go past your section.
That's no problem.
In that case, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have no questions on redirect.
So, Mr. Fleshman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vajos.
Good afternoon.
So first, I just wanted to sort of connect the dots in light of some questions from Commissioner Barve about, sort of the charts and how they kind of all relate. And so if you take a look at your attachment, it looks like this schedule is kind of a breakout of what was submitted in Mr. Lemming's errata. So just looking quickly, it looks like there's sort of general categories on this page, and then what you've done is you've broken them out here.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so just so I sort of...
And then the schedule after that, Your Honor, tells you which one of our witnesses talked about what happened in those accounts.
Okay, so on page 9 of your rebuttal, you spoke about the fact that the pension storms were not included, they're considered uncontrollable. And so what you're saying is that they're not forecastable? Is that what you're...
No, we have a forecast in our budget for both pensions and for minor storms. So in the case of minor storms, which are not major storms per Maryland's definition, with the case of minor storms is we will use a 5-year average of what's actually happened for both O&M expenditures and capital investments as a function of storms and put that in our budget. I will tell you, in my experience, I think that has a tendency to understate because we've seen
a little.
We've
Yeah.
seen more frequent storms. We actually did, if I can talk about another case, I actually did propose to use a weighted average, use more near-term years as a basis to do the O&M and capital budget in the last BG MYP case to try to avoid that.
Okay, so
But-
if you're using a 5-year average, I mean, it sounds like it is possible to also predict major storms, or just at least the idea of major storms, so that it's reflected in the budget.
Major storms are a little different. And so the commission has already made a determination when they set up the MYP construct in the first place that, and this predates MYPs, this was also kind of a norm, even in historical rate cases, that for the O&M expenses for a major storm, because they don't happen every year, we would defer them onto the balance sheet in a deferred account. And then you would come in and have a rate case, and then you would spread that over typically 5 years, right? Because you never really know when you're going to have a storm. That's the model that this commission created for major storm O&M. So it doesn't actually go to O&M at all. It goes right to a deferred account for this commission's guidance. And the problem with predicting major storms is I've had a major storm in my 25 years here that cost $30 million. I've had a major storm that cost $130 million. And so predicting the severity and the extent and nature of the damage is really almost impossible.
Could we take the amount for the major storms and also defer that in an MYP?
That's what you've actually ordered in the MYP construct. So the O&M for major storm goes to a reg asset by definition. It's already there.
Okay, so why are you asking for cost recovery here for major storms?
Because we also have capital dollars that get deployed in major storms, and we don't budget for those because, again, they're unpredictable, but we had an event. And so we have capital related to a major storm sitting in this case.
Okay, so I thought I was not confused, and now
I apologize.
And now you've confused me. Okay, so what you're saying is that the storms, when we're talking about storms in this proceeding, it's only capital.
No, I'm saying that think of it as two buckets of storms.
No, but I'm asking for purposes of cost recovery. So you're asking for us to rate base sort of capital based on that Lemming chart that we keep talking about.
Mr. Lemming's schedule.
Mr. Lemming's schedule, and then you're also asking for a rider for O&M. and rate base.
Oh, you mean the reconciliation rider? Yes.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, good.
Right.
Thank you.
So, for O&M for major storms, that's or you're not dealing with that here today.
There's no proposal, and that might be that would have been a question for Mr. Lemming. I'm not aware of any
Yeah. Okay. so
amortization of
let me
major
just-
storm, but I don't have his exhibits.
Okay. In his testimony, if I can find it, I have too many pieces of paper up here. Oh, it's probably here. Okay. In his testimony, he spoke about approximately 60% of the O&M expense variance was higher pension and the OPEB costs. So and higher minor storm.
Minor storm.
Okay, so all of the major storms is in that $9 million rate base that Mr. Lemming was speaking about.
Yes, it would have contributed to that. That's correct.
Okay, all right. So if for example we decide not to recognize a rate of return for rate base that doesn't exist, which is kind of how I'm thinking about it, then we're not talking about cost recovery for major storms.
You're not. Yeah, you're in that example. You still have O&M for minor storms. Is how I would phrase it.
Yeah. No, that's good. Okay. So
the only, if I can, on
please.
Because I am a CPA, so
and I can tell you I'm not.
No, that's good, and I don't mean that in a pejorative sense.
Oh I'm in awe. and
Trust me,
Commissioner
no one's in awe.
Barvey, don't let that go to your head. Okay.
So, and Commissioner Barvey will appreciate this, but as you think about that decision around the $9 million of RevRec associated with the $90 million of rate base, which is what you're describing,
right?
How you make that judgment, and most particularly how you frame that judgment, really has incredibly important accounting ramifications.
This is like, but it always makes me nervous when people start talking about the accounting piece of it.
So
I do. We have people on staff that
I just want to. I'm not telling you
that.
how to make the decision. I just want to make sure you appreciate the language really matters, and you could have a very significant unintended event if you're not careful.
Yeah,
about how you say things.
I don't like unintended events.
Yeah, and nor do I. Do I.
So, but talk to me about pension, because we really haven't had a conversation over the last couple of days about pension, and it seems like pension is a big piece of that 30.6 million. And it's uncontrollable. So explain to me what's going on there and why it's something that you could not have anticipated.
Yeah, so the PHI companies are in a little bit of a unique phenomenon that I didn't have in my prior company. Okay, so it is different, for example, between BGE and Pepco. Mm-hmm. And the difference is, and I can't tell you why, but many years ago, Pepco decided to not select pension smoothing. And that's an accounting term of art. You had to make an election, okay? So if you're a company like BGE who has pension smoothing, then all that year-to-year dynamic of maybe your pension plan assets went up, maybe they went down, maybe inflation's changed, so your discount rate on your obligation to employees has gone up or down, all of that gets smoothed out. And so it's much easier to predict the change in pension expense when you have smoothing. Again, I can't tell you why the company a zillion years ago chose not to do smoothing, but because of that, all of that delta between plan return and obligation to employees has to be recognized immediately. And so it's unfortunately a very volatile number. So we can put a number in, and we do for purposes of our budget. We know it's not zero, but it will be different simply because we don't have pension smoothing, Your Honor.
Okay, so if this had been a historical test year, then how would you account for the lack of smoothing? Because you look at a historical test year, and that will necessarily be wrong.
Yeah, typically for something like pension, you would use, so if you were in a historical test year and you got a new actuarial valuation during the pendency of the case, and so you saw this $6 million as an example, typically what would happen is we would put the full 6 million in the revenue requirement.
Okay, and this pension is 6 million.
Yes, 6 million.
Okay.
And so that would go in because it's known and measurable. Everyone understanding it's going to change again in a year, but it's the best number that we have, and it's the most current number that we have. So that's typically what you would see in a historical rate case.
Okay. I maybe you'll be uncomfortable about responding to this question, but from an accounting perspective, and then also from a rate making perspective, are ratepayers better protected if a company were to have some kind of smoothing mechanism as opposed to these sort of volatile mechanisms?
I won't kind of make a statement one way or the other since I wasn't here, but I will say this, Your Honor.
Okay, so from a customer perspective, would the customers be less impacted?
There would be less volatility for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think though you could, as a commission, create a remedy, right? You could set up some kind of deferral accounting mechanism where all of the changes get captured in that deferred account, and you leave a kind of normal flat amount year in and year out, and periodically you have to reset it because the number will be different.
Okay, and
so you could achieve
is
the
that
same.
kind of like what we do with storms, with
That
big
is
major?
kind of what we do with that major storm
Okay,
concept. They're
so-
kind of unusual. We set them up and defer them. They sit in rate base, and then you have a levelized level of spend. Some states, like for storms, major storms is a great example. Some states actually set up completely separate riders and surcharges. And they actually have a framework where they collect dollars over time, storm costs go into the rider, and then again, you true up over time. But it really decreases that volatility that you've been thinking about, and as you see, some of these costs can be volatile. So I think there are regulatory mechanisms that could eliminate and are available to this commission if you wanted to treat some things a little differently because you want them to be smoother for customers.
Okay. I mean, we've not really talked about the pension piece of this. 6 million is a big chunk of change. To take up a new concept, I guess I'm not sure how to proceed.
If I can offer you a suggestion, Your Honor.
Please.
So you many times.
Because the problem is you offering something like this, the parties haven't had a chance to look at it. No one's had a chance. I mean, I find anything that can have less of an impact on ratepayers always something that I'd like to think about. But I'm not sure how to proceed with this.
Yeah, one option for you to consider is you could order us in this RY3 reconciliation to take $6 million of O&M and defer it on the balance sheet, and then we will deal with it in a future proceeding. To your point, to give other parties a chance to think about how do we want to treat this item. You have the authority to do that. So it wouldn't be in the revenue for, or the rider for rate year 3, right? Because what you're saying is we're not going to put it in the rev rec, but we're going to set it up as a separate deferral and deal with it in the next proceeding to give everyone a chance. But how do we want to handle pension? What's a good thing for customers? Again, while protecting the financial soundness of the company.
I mean, I would ask perhaps when we're done with this, perhaps you can speak with the other parties about this as an idea.
I'm happy to.
I mean, I'm not telling you to do this, but I mean, it just makes me nervous on a Friday afternoon as we're coming to the end to raise, and I want to be fair to everybody, so I don't want to sort of raise this as an idea and then just kind of. Okay.
And I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to talk with the parties.
That's all I have.
Your Honor, if I may.
Please.
I apologize. You had an exchange with Mr. Lemming around the true up and the $9 million on rate base.
Right.
And so I've thought about your question, and the way I would describe what's happening here in rate year 3, looking at historical actuals now that we have them, is really no different than what happens in Empower or Standard Offer Service or the Stride surcharge. Those mechanisms are predicated on budgets, right? And then over a year, those budgets will come in different, and you have a phenomenon, and they include both rate base and expenses. And you end up with this phenomenon where you either have over-collected or under-collected. And you don't deal with that until later. That is the norm. It's not unusual. So when the commission
I
established...
understand what you're saying, but I can't help but think of this. I have to compare it to a historical because that's really where what we use to do the revenue requirement, set rates. I can't really compare it to other to empower. I mean those are different constructs or
Mechanically, they operate the same. So they're predicated on projections of the future that are then subsequently trued up, and that true up doesn't happen until in the future after the years because you don't have the data.
Right, but what you're asking, that $9 million, is you're asking for cost recovery for a spend that has not been rate based.
It's in service in rate year 3. Remember, this is 2023. We're now in 2025.
Right, and now you're coming to us and for authorization. We could say no. We could say that was imprudent. But what you're asking is you want us to put it in rate base, and you want to earn a return on it as well.
We're seeking the carrying costs on those investments that were not in the projected rates for rate year 3.
Okay, we're gonna have to do
But again-
audit here.
Fair enough. But I just wanted to hope. I apologize if it wasn't clarified. but that
No,
was my
no,
intention.
it's fine.
Thank
Thank you.
Senator Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's
Sorry.
You're part of the PCC. That's the what program. There's a consensus committee. I forget.
Project Concurrence
Concurrence
Committee.
Committee, okay.
Yeah, I'm actually the vice chair. Your Honor.
Okay, so you're in that. Particularly on page 5, and I think there you already discussed it. You talk about process. It's very systematic and then kind of done routinely. I'm just curious. After a rate case, and you get the order, is that a point in time where the PCC sits down together and says, "Oh, okay. Well, what we had at this point budgeted and what we had planned, for the rate case." In this case, they've reduced our revenue requirement. Is that a point in time where you sit down and say, okay, we need to readjust our plans to again make sure we're compliant with an order?
Yes, though it doesn't happen at a PCC meeting. That's one project at a time. But the premise of your question is correct. So that same management team will reflect on the order that comes out of this commission, look at what you've authorized us from a revenue requirements perspective. Sometimes this commission has made discrete reductions in capital. I'm sure you're well aware of that. Sometimes it just says, I want you just to do less. Irrespective, it's our obligation to come back and say, well, how do we fit in what we need to do to within that requirement that the commission established?
Okay, and did that happen after
Yes,
this
yes,
order?
Your
Okay.
Honor, it did. We made every effort.
Okay, so you saw that you wanted 30 million increase, and you got 15. You went back, and so as you went through year 1 and 2, I mean, was there a monitoring, and was there a point where this committee, or I guess there's a different
Management,
committee,
yes.
okay, the management committee said, oh wow, we're way above 15. We're not even to what we asked, 30. We're going toward 45. Were there any alarm bells at that point? And what is the response, I guess, of the company when they know that they are far exceeding a commission order?
Yeah, so we do absolutely, Your Honor, as you would expect us, have monitoring in place from the day we established that plan in light of that order, and we monitor it throughout, in this case, a 3-year MYP. As we're heading into rate year 3, could we see that we were having headwinds? Absolutely, and we took it upon ourselves to do everything we could to move work out and slow down work and defer work. Obviously, we had some things that we aren't fully in control of, as you've heard about during these proceedings, right? New business, pension, minor storms. And so while we made efforts, we weren't unfortunately able to close the gap entirely. So,
Okay. What's the threshold? I mean, obviously, in this case, we know you decided, well, let's, we're over. Maybe we can take care of this in a reconciliation.
I don't. We don't take that as like a cavalier given, Your Honor. Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking the question.
Yeah.
I just to understand. This is a pilot, and in the pilot, one of the remedies for the company, and I think it was the remedy we thought that a company would take, especially when you're in this sort of extreme situation that you are in now, would be an off-ramp. That, you'd say, hey, we need to get out. There are some things that happen, and, commission, we've lost control of our, MYP, so we want to take the off-ramp. And that
Yeah.
would have been a new proceeding that would have allowed, parties to, again, to maybe be a little more proactive and not just now react to, whether or not we, the spending was prudent or not.
Yeah, I'll speak for myself. I didn't consider the off-ramp option, Your Honor. As I envisioned that was almost more so a like customer and other party protection, though it is available to us. I actually thought because we were going through that lessons learned process, we were going to know a lot more about how MYPs would operate in the state of Maryland, and so it made more sense to do everything we could to try to minimize the deviation for rate year 3, but really understand where the commission wants to go with MYPs in the future.
Okay. So, and the question of affordability, it seems like the direction and the definition of affordability is there right in the order. I mean, there's a litigated case, you hear from all the parties, then a revenue requirement is set. And that is what is deemed, I think, what is affordable. So shouldn't, again, when you're making your decision, you seem to have like, well, we're not really sure what it is, what that number is. The number is kind of given to you, isn't it? And you know that if you exceed that number, maybe you are not affordable.
Yeah, it's clear that the commission set rates that it concluded were just and reasonable based on the record before that. I agree with that. And we agree. We do everything we can, and we were much more successful in year 1 and 2, thankfully. But as I think about like the $30 million that's in this case, 65% of that $30 million is things that really we couldn't control if you do the math between pension, new business, and storms. And again, we do everything we can to offset as much of those things as we can, but there are instances where you won't be able to fully make up that kind of a problem heading into a year. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that, we didn't do everything that we could to try to find offsets, defer hiring, right, not do hotspot trimming. Like, we pulled those levers to try to get closer, but there are going to be years where I think of it as like everything went in one direction, unfortunately. And we didn't have the opportunity to completely close the gap. But that doesn't mean we don't think that that's our obligation to do everything we can in a safe and reliable manner, as I know you know, to try to get there.
Okay. Yeah, you did mention, I think, early in your testimony, or I guess it's not really testimony, it's a response to questions. You say things will change, and that's why you have to have this annual budget, review. I mean, is this an argument against MYPs? I mean, if we've had this experience. This is the pilot, and we're seeing both companies now, the pilot company and your company, really have difficulties, particularly when we got to year 3, and things change.
My reaction is I don't think so, Your Honor. I think not only was it a pilot in this state for MYPs, and we're still learning together, but we also deployed an MYP during a pandemic, a significant supply crunch, and a very extraordinary inflationary time period that we haven't seen since the 1970s. So I don't think we should overreact to what I consider to be a relatively short period of time as we think about how do we improve and perfect MYPs. As I was discussing with Commissioner Sushman, we have other tools that could be added around an MYP structure, like a major storm deferral rider, like in our case for Pepco Maryland, something to smooth out pension volatility for customers that could be implemented in conjunction with an MYP that would decrease what happened to us here in 2023, over the rate year 3, pardon me. So.
And I've heard this, but it's also it seems like, okay, I think we all knew going into this there were certain risks, and we were going to look to see whether or not there were some public, some benefits to this. Was there a public interest? However, Pepco made the decision to, not being the pilot company, to get into this. Made the decision before even 2 months we had issued an order for the pilot company in order to gain any type of insights of where we're going. And then you talk about COVID. We were well into COVID. We did this, unprecedented. We did this online, virtually.
I remember.
Did very few, that was one of the first big events. And so we all knew these are unprecedented times, yet Pepco, nope, we're gonna do this. I just went back and looked at some of the transcripts. You'll find a number of times, in fact, AOPA, they were especially concerned about your ability to forecast. I mean, that was a key element of whether or not this was going to be in the public interest, the ability to forecast. And so Pepco took all these risks. I just feel like now you're like, well, it was. We're going to shift these risks now to the ratepayer. And is that fair?
Yeah, Your Honor. Look, I agree with you that these are significant dollars that are before you to consider. And so I don't think that's a light decision for you to make. My only point I want to continue to make is I want to make sure the four of you, as you consider this matter, understand that we did everything we could to try to manage to the budget and, more importantly, the revenue requirements that you established. We take that very seriously. We really do. Okay. We don't consider this to be just some kind of blank check and go do whatever you want. That is the farthest thing from our reality, which is why we've set up strong management controls, why we watch ourselves, and why we've made efforts to try to improve Rate Year 3's performance. But we couldn't get there all the way.
I'm not, expressing any ill will toward the company.
I appreciate that.
I'm not, saying that you're all, top-notch professionals. You're incredibly reliable. I'm just trying to get through this first gate threshold. Why is this risk being shifted to the ratepayer when it was the choice of the company to again say almost hastily get into this multi-year rate case? Before, again, you had the benefits of learning from the pilot company, and also a time we all knew were unprecedented events, and we were doing things, and you were warned, again. So now I'm just.
I understand.
Sorry. I don't mean to, I know it just. That's where I'm having a hard time with is again this seeming transfer of risk that the company on its own took on. So.
And I think, Your Honor, when we were here in the fall, as you may recall, for the lessons learned hearing, one of the things that we talked about is, we could move and change this whole reconciliation format to what you see in a lot of other states, which is kind of that earnings sharing, deadband concept that makes a lot of this go away. This commission made a decision with the MYP construct, and we've tried to live within it and follow the rules of that, but I think you're well within your rights as a commission to think about, well, how do we change some of the elements of this construct as we think from our experiences of how we balance?
Okay. Well, I've heard you say rules and, precedent, and again, that's what we were supposed to gain from the pilot company. And so I
understand, Your Honor.
Again, all right. Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Barbe. Well, almost all my questions have been asked, but I still have three left. One, just for the record, the PwC audit that is conducted every year.
Yes, sir.
I would presume that they do a standard audit of your internal controls, your cost counting system. Is that going to include more than the standard GAAP internal audit and cost accumulation functions, is it also going to include the cost aggregation functions that are unique to a public utility?
Yeah, so they audit both the FERC Form 1, which is the basis of those accounts you saw earlier today,
Yeah.
the 580s, the 5. So they audit those statements, and they audit all of PHI's cost controls and management. So
That pertain to the GAP part of the company and also all the FERC requirement
Yes.
parts of the, okay.
yes.
All right, that's what I figured you were going to say, but I just wanted to hear that for the record. Second thing, let's talk about COVID and inflation effects. Explain to me why the big increase occurred in year 3 and not year 2, because it seems to me that year 1 and 2 is when the primary inflationary impacts of COVID really hit, and now, until, tariffs completely blow up inflation, now inflation is pretty much in the last 18 months, inflation's been relatively under control. I don't understand why the big lump is in year 3 as opposed to year 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, not everything in year 3 is just inflation. I don't want to mislead you, right? We had the pension, we had the minor storms, right? Those are just new business on the rate base side. So I wouldn't call, in my mind, inflation a huge driver. There is, however, a lag in inflation when you think about us, because we tend to go out and do 3 to 5 year bids with contractors of choice. And so they're signing up to do business with us. Think of like an overhead mechanic, right? We'll hire a crew. So they're kind of locking into a little bit of a price when they make that arrangement with us. So there's a little bit of lag. It's not until you start refreshing contracts that you'll see the wage pressure that they're feeling with their staff come into our cost profile. So even though inflation was really high, call it 21, 22, we still had contracts with old prices in it. And so there is, if that makes sense to you, a little bit of a lag in terms of when that will fully get reflected into our costs.
Okay, fair enough. Final thing, I was talking to a friend of mine in the private sector, and his business also has weird, unpredictable costs, and he wants to put it into his budget. And let me just suggest something, and I'd like for you to comment on this. Here's what he settled upon as a cost estimating tool. He decided that he was going to look at the prior 5 years and pick the 3 highest years for these events that happen in his company, and use that as a metric that has sort of it has a disadvantage of potentially overestimating costs, but for him that's a good surprise to have overestimated costs and then have higher profit as a result of that. Have you considered innovative concepts like that to try to get a better handle on major storms? Because it seems to me, I understand the distinction you're making between normal storms and major events, but it seems to me that over the next 10, 20, 30 years, these major events are going to become, they already are the new normal, and it appears to me that you need to find a way to capture that.
Yeah, I agree. They are more volatile and more severe. Like as I mentioned before, in the BG case, I was trying to use a heavier weighting to the most current years, which is kind of like the same idea, because those were the higher years. We had more events and they were more severe. So something like that could work. But I'll go back to my discussion with Commissioner Sushman. We could just decide as a state of Maryland, as a utility, to just carve them out and do something separate with them and smooth out the effect for customers. Because you said it well, like you could end up picking the highest numbers, and then if it's an MYP, if you've overcharged customers, right? So I think there's probably a good balance here. For things that are more unpredictable and difficult, we might want to think about.
Well, that could be a give back. we could
there would be.
structure a give back of some
we
some
could.
sort.
But
yeah.
So, but I think those ideas are good, that we think about how do we handle these more volatile items.
Okay, that's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
So, you were here when I had my discussion with Mr. Lemming about the capital projects and the wide variances between the budgeted amounts and the actual spends. And so I take it you're part of that process that approves these things, correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, so, I mean, do you have any thoughts about how, what could be done to make the budgets, closer to the actual spend?
Yeah, so I think, it goes back to some of the discussion we've had. Some things are going to be more by their nature more unpredictable than others. We talked about new business. We talked about corrective maintenances, which are a function of what you find. For other projects, we actually go through a pretty rigorous three-phase approval process. So what you see is, that PCC deck at the end, but we actually go through a series of reviews because as you're thinking about particularly field construction projects, you can have a solution that you need to deliver. Let's say it's a new substation in Montgomery County, for example. And we can assume it's going to cost X and Y because we built a substation like that before elsewhere. That's a phase 0. We don't have a design. We don't have any land. We don't have a contract. We will put that number in the budget, even though chances are it's going to be 50% wrong because we just don't know a lot. As we go through that kind of a project, we will get to what's called phase 2. At that point, we will have the land. We will have designed the substation, so we know exactly what's going to be in it, and we will have contracted the majority of the work. At that point, now you're plus or minus 25%. So we will update the budget accordingly. So that alone will change the value. It can go up and it can go down, right? And then as you get to phase 3 and you're really getting to, I'm going to be on the ground, literally physically building the substation, now we're at plus or minus 10%. That's why you see us shooting for that plus or minus 10%, and if you miss it, you have to come back for reauthorization. So I think we do everything we can reasonably do to put the best vintage of a project in the portfolio, but there's no doubt that the younger that project is, the more different it's likely going to be by the time we get to that phase 3 quality, if that helps you, Your Honor.
Okay. So you had this discussion with Commissioner Suchman about the pension situation.
Yes.
And you said that long before you got there, some decisions made about what not to do or
Smoothing or no smoothing?
Smoothing or no smoothing.
Yes, sir.
And then you talked about something we potentially could do in that area, but I guess under the guise of unintended consequences, should we, if we do try to do something related to this, will it have any impact on the way you handle the pensions within the company and have any impacts on the employees or things
Wonderful question. No, it would not affect anything in terms of our goals for funded status for the plans. It wouldn't jeopardize the plan. It's not a violation of any kind of federal requirement around pension plans. This would strictly be this commission ordering us to do something different than normal accounting, and that's how it would be treated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
So, I guess now we're moving to AOBA's witness, correct? Well, we gotta do his testimony.
We're just going to get his testimony in, yeah.
You want me to move to testimony?
Sure, yeah. Mhm.
Earlier this morning, I gave a copy to the court reporter and the executive.
Actually, yeah, I need you to.
Earlier this morning, I gave a copy to the court reporter and as well to the executive secretary.
Good enough.
Mr. Bruce R. Oliver submitted on November 15th, 2024, 79 pages of testimony, one exhibit identified as BRO-1 through BRO-8, and 3 attachments identified as AOBA A, B, and C, respectively. After that time, there was a cover letter and a revised attachment B submitted, which was necessitated by Pepco's submission of supplemental responses to AOBA and staff data requests, which provide the names of the sponsors for the company's responses to AOBA and staff data requests, which was filed on January 30th, 2025. So I would like to mark the direct testimony of Bruce R. Oliver together with his schedules and attachments, including the revised attachment B as AOBA Exhibit 18FR. Does that match, Your Honors?
Actually, I'm at 16, so. yeah,
Okay.
16 at 16.
You're
at
at
bar.
16?
Yeah,
So
16.
mark it as 17?
No. This would be 16.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
AOBA 16FR.
got it.
And that is inclusive of the revised attachment B.
Right.
Your Honor, I ask that the rebuttal testimony of Bruce R. Oliver, which was filed on February 28, 2025, consisting of 68 pages of testimony and one exhibit identified as Schedules BRO SR-1 and attachments A and B and confidential attachment C. And I would like that rebuttal testimony to be marked as AOBA 17FR.
So, Mark.
And Your Honor, I ask that the public and confidential testimony, surrebuttal testimony of AOBA witness Bruce R. Oliver, consisting of, filed on February 28, 2025, consisting of 68 pages of testimony and one exhibit identified as Schedules BRO SR-1 and attachments A, B, and confidential attachment C, identified as AOBA 18FR and 18FR confidential.
Well, actually, what we've been doing is FRC. 'Cause that's what I did with
FRC.
Pepco's thing. So it would be, so the public version would be 18FR, and the confidential version would be 18FRC.
Correct.
Got it.
And Your Honor, I move the admission of AOBA 16FR, 17FR, 18FR, and 18FRC.
Your Honor, I believe you had, AOBA has some confidential testimony on 16FR, so there needs to be a 16FRC. Am I wrong about that?
I think, yeah, there was only confidential testimony in Mr. Oliver's.
Okay.
Wait, 1 second.
I thought you had some confidential schedules.
No, that's fine. So we'll
I just want to make
we'll
sure.
check into it. So,
I have it.
yeah, go ahead and take a look. So.
Direct testimony is nothing confidential. The rebuttal testimony is not confidential. There were two versions of the confidential rebuttal testimony of Mr. Bruce R. Oliver. One contained, there was a page in here that's confidential, as well as confidential data requests, but a whole separate volume was filed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for checking. All right, so with that, we will admit AOBA's 16FR, 17FR, 18FR, and 18FRC.
Thank you.
And with that, so before we go on to your witnesses, why don't we take like a 10-minute break?
That's fine with me. Maybe to just speed things up, I can just move Mr. Efron's testimonies into the record.
Well, actually, why don't we do that
Yeah,
when we come back from the break? But yeah, we can do that first. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Mike, so Barbara Tyron wrote back to me. I think she's really anxious to. Do you want to? She wants to talk next week about putting together. Right. So I'll just write to her, ask her to
Yeah, that makes
work
sense.
with
I'm probably gonna cut this part because you can speed things up.
and then tell her that you're interested in sharing it.
Sure, I'd be happy if she wants me to be the MAC group moderator. What I'd like to see if I can do is massage it just a little bit, because I'd like to get into some of the things we're working on in OPSI and holistic planning.
That's fine. So I'm gonna write to her.
You know where we're back on?
They usually take 10-minute break.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, because I would say I haven't heard back from Michelle and Jamal yet, but I had kind of proposed something.
around the same topic, transmission. So.
You know, sometimes I can get stuff to work on this computer.
Excuse me.
Fine if we just zip through. Do you have a lot of questions?
No, I have no questions.
I feel pretty good. I think we did pretty good getting a record.
Hey, you had a medical situation.
Yeah, but it's not.
I'll help you.
It's pretty much over, I think. So.
That's 15. So then we have 15 left. 5 of them is the list of and 4 of them. That brings us down to 2.
Yeah.
Really? Any groups are
If we get it, I would love to get it because it was 1 first, 1.1 the first year, 7 the second year. If we could stay right in that.
Okay.
Then we could just take some more down. So, yeah, I'm good.
Excellent, good.
All right.
That would be taking a horrible situation and making it just bad.
Yeah, right. All right.
Hey guys, come on. All right,
Good. How are you?
Snow's getting good, yeah. There's some big snow storms. I'm heading out to Utah next week.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
his wife was in
Steamboat.
Steamboat,
Okay.
and she got how many inches? 18 inches.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. That's fine. We're good.
We can actually start with moving
Okay.
Dave Efron's
Okay.
exhibits
good.
in. Yeah. Just trying to make efficient use of everybody's time. Yeah.
Got
So-
the piles that have to get in the oven. So
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think any of us were planning necessarily a week ago to be here today. So.
There he comes.
I wouldn't have flown in, but
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. At this time, OPC would like to move the testimonies of David Efron into the record. Mr. Efron prepared direct and sur rebuttal testimonies in this case. The direct testimony was filed on November 15th, 2024, and his sur rebuttal testimony was filed on February 28th, 2025. I'd like to mark the direct testimony of Mr. Efron as OPC Exhibit 13 FR. And the,
Yes.
and the sur rebuttal testimony of Mr. Efron is OPC Exhibit 14 FR.
So, Mark.
And it's OPC's understanding that the parties have agreed to stipulate to the admission of Mr. Efron's testimony into the record, and OPC moves for the admission of those testimonies into the record.
no, yes, that is absolutely correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so marked, so admitted.
And at this point, we call Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens to the stand.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony?
I do.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Paul J. Alvarez, Paul, initial J, Alvarez.
Dennis D. Stevens, Dennis D. Stevens, Stephen's.
And your business address?
P.O. Box 620756. That's in Littleton, Colorado. And the zip code there is 80162.
Thank you.
1153 Bergen Parkway, Suite 130, Evergreen, Colorado, 80439.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Stevens. Do you have before you a document entitled The Panel Direct Testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens, filed on November 15, 2024?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there a confidential version of that testimony also filed on November 15, 2024?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I would like to mark the public version of the panel direct testimony of Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens as OPC Exhibit 15 FR.
So
And the,
marked.
and the confidential version of that panel direct testimony is OPC Exhibit 15 FR-C.
Just C, no dash.
Oh, no dash. Okay, FRC.
Just be, so we'd be consistent with the.
Sure. I'm sorry I didn't
No,
pick
that's
up on
fine.
it.
So,
And Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, do you also have before you a document entitled The Panel Rebuttal Testimony of Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, filed on December 27th, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to mark the panel rebuttal testimony of Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens as OPC Exhibit 16 FR.
so marked.
Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, do you have before you a document entitled The Panel Sur Rebuttal Testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens, filed on February 28th, 2025?
We do.
And was there a confidential version of that testimony also filed on February 28th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to mark the panel sur rebuttal testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens as OPC Exhibit 17 FR, and the confidential panel sur rebuttal testimony of Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens as OPC Exhibit 17 FRC.
So marked.
Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, were these documents that have been identified, were they prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Yes.
Do either of you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimony at this time?
Nope.
No.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses be the same?
They would?
Yes.
And for these reasons, do you adopt those pre-filed testimonies as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, OPC would move that OPC exhibits 15FR, 15FRC, 16FR, 17FR, and 17FRC be admitted into evidence.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and these witnesses are now available for cross-examination.
Aoba.
No questions, Your Honor.
Pepco.
Yes, I do have some questions, Your Honor. Before I start, I want to understand how the testimony is structured. And when I look at your direct testimony in the table of contents, which I believe is Exhibit 15FR, you have set out parts of the testimony that Mr. Alvarez is responsible for and parts of the testimony that Mr. Stevens is responsible for. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And so I've segregated my cross-examination the best I could to ask Mr. Alvarez questions on your section, Mr. Stevens questions on your section. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Alvarez, I want to start with you if that's okay. You are not an engineer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with respect to engineering judgments, as I read the testimony, you defer to Mr. Stevens, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the only position that you've held with an investor-owned utility, which was Public Service of Colorado, XL Energy, was from 2001 to 2008, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've not been employed by any other electric distribution utility as a full-time or part-time employee, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during your time at Public Service Colorado, you had no responsibility for distribution grid planning or reliability, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had no responsibility for regulatory matters at Public Service Colorado, is that correct?
In my area of expertise, which at the time was product development, I did have some regulatory responsibilities in that area, but they were limited to those business roles, not specifically in the regulatory function, for example.
Okay. And you've never worked for a cooperative electric utility, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've never worked for a municipally owned electric utility, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're not a regulatory accountant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's Paul J. Alvarez and Associates doing business as the Wired Group, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're the only employee of the Wired Group, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Stevens is an independent consultant to Paul J. Alvarez and Associates, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as noted in your direct testimony, you've been a witness in case number 9655, the initial MYP, case number 9702, the second MYP. So you've been involved in all of the Pepco multi-year rate plan proceedings before this commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Questions for you, Mr. Stevens, sir?
Sure.
Is it correct you worked in electric and gas operations for Public Service Colorado, the XL company, from 1976 to 2005, sir?
That's correct.
And you have not worked in a distribution engineering role since 2005, is that correct? At a regulated investor-owned utility?
Yeah, with that qualification, that's correct, yes.
And you are the witness providing the engineering judgments in this testimony, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've never worked for a cooperative electric utility, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never worked for a municipal electric utility, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just like Mr. Alvarez, you both have filed the panel testimonies in all of Pepco's MYPs before this commission, correct?
That's correct.
All right. These questions are for you, Mr. Stevens, so I'm going to be on you for a little while, and then I will signpost to Mr. Alvarez when I go there. If you could, sir, do you agree with me that functional and diagnostic test results provide, in your view, objective determinations of the need to replace individual pieces of equipment before the equipment fails in service?
The way I would need to answer that is that that a utility There are IEEE standards that provide guidelines for how to interpret and what measures they would recommend be taken with regard to those functional and diagnostic testing.
Okay. So, is it your testimony that those functional and diagnostic tests are an objective test?
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony right, and I'm looking at the direct testimony, I guess, on page 25 at lines 3 through 5, you would agree with me, sir, that you define premature equipment replacement as replacing substation equipment despite functional and diagnostic test results indicating that the equipment is suitably safe to return to service. Is that correct?
Page 25, what line?
I'm looking at lines 1 through 3. Premature substation equipment replacement consists of.
And what was your question, please?
And that's how you define premature equipment replacement. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's how I define it.
Okay. I need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor.
Sure.
And I believe it is Pepco Exhibit 17. May I approach the witness?
Yes. Yes, on both accounts. So.
Thank you.
Does the court, do you need one? Okay. Mr. Stevens, I hand you what I ask be marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 17 FR. It consists of 2 responses to data requests. It is a response to data request, Pepco's data request to OPC 155 and data request 156. Is that correct?
Yes, I have those.
And that's what those are, and you're familiar with them, sir?
Yes.
And you are the sponsor of both of those data requests, sir?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 17 into the record.
So moved.
Now, I think you had already agreed with me that page 25, lines 5 through 7 is where you provide your definition of premature substation or equipment replacement, correct?
Yeah, that's my testimony, right?
Okay. And you would agree with me if you could turn to Exhibit 1-56, our OPC response to Pepco question 156, the second page of Exhibit 17.
Yes, sir.
I asked you there, is the sole basis that witness Stevens claims substation equipment is being prematurely replaced based on functional and diagnostic testing results? And your answer is yes, and then you provide a further explanation. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me read this again.
Sure.
So what's the question again?
My question was, the question is the sole basis that witness Stevens claims substation equipment is being prematurely replaced based on functional and diagnostic test results? And your answer is yes.
Yeah, that's my answer, yes.
All right. Would you agree, sir, that using what I'll call the Stevens method, if a piece of equipment fails a functional or a diagnostic test, that equipment is not suitably safe to remain in service, and replacement is needed to provide safe and reliable service? Is that correct?
That's not quite correct. Repair or replace.
Repair or replace.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I agree.
So if I just amended that saying repair or replace.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a piece of equipment, substation equipment, has passed functional tests, in your view, it constitutes, quote, discretionary spending that requires cost-benefit analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If it fails, if the piece of equipment fails diagnostic or functional testing, that equipment replacement is for safe and reliable service and requires no cost-benefit analysis. Is that correct?
Repair or replace. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I need to get another exhibit marked. It would be Pepco Exhibit 18.
Um, 18 FR. 18 FR.
It's 18. I'll stand.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm sorry.
Okay, have you reviewed that data request response?
No, I haven't had a chance. I'm sorry.
All right, take a look at it and then let me know when you're ready, sir.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, Your Honor, this exhibit has been marked as Pepco Exhibit 18FR. Mr. Stevens, is that your response to Pepco Data Request 6-44?
Yes.
And both you and Mr. Alvarez are sponsors?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 18.
So admit it.
And there I asked you, other than the witness's testimony, please identify other documents, articles, or other written electronic materials that support the claim that replacement of circuit breakers that have passed functional tests constitute discretionary spending. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicate that you're aware of no such documents, articles, or written information to support the claim. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor, and that will be Pepco Exhibit 19. And this is OPC's response to Pepco Data Request 632. Now, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Alvarez, I've handed you what's been marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 19. And that is the response to Pepco data request to the Office of People's Counsel 632. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I would move the admission, Your Honor, of DR 632.
So admit it.
Now, earlier in response, you said, you got to look at the IEEE standards. Do you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
And in this question, I asked you to provide all IEEE standards or documents that support the claim that substation equipment should only be replaced after such equipment fails diagnostic and/or functional tests. You see that?
Yes.
And you say the witnesses are unaware of any such statement in the IEEE standard or any other document. Is that correct?
That is correct, and let me qualify that just as I did earlier. The IEEE standard gives guidelines for what to do with different levels of functional testing, and advises the utility on what to do, what to look at, and what procedure. They do not say replace or not replace or repair or not repair.
So they don't follow the Stevens standard, is that correct? Of if you fail a diagnostic test, you have to replace a piece of equipment or repair it, is that correct?
They do not say what the utility must do, but they got to do something. They got to take action, and usually that's repair or replace.
Okay. But the standards, the IEEE standards themselves, don't say you failed a functional test, you have to repair or replace. That's left up to management's judgment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they don't talk about it in the IEEE standards as being discretionary spending, do they? There's no mention of spending one way or another there.
There's no mention of it one way or the other, but that would be non-discretionary, not discretionary anyway. So.
Now, you have testified that the IEEE transformer gas testing standard is an objective test. Is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel, can you point to where he said that?
Sure. If you could look at your direct testimony, page 28, line 18, and page 29, lines 5 through 6.
And what was it, the reference on page 28?
It's starting at line 18 through page 29, I think.
Oh, it starts there, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. What's your definition of an objective test?
An actual measurement as opposed to somebody's opinion.
Okay, so a measurement. So if just let me give you an example. If the measurement says it's over 50, it needs to be replaced. That would be objective.
Right. That's right.
But if the standard said if the measurement is over 50, you should look at that. You should take into account that. You should take into account the age. You should look at other factors. That would be a subjective decision. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, did you say if the standard says that?
Yes.
The standard said that. Because you asked me about the testing, not about the standard. There's two differences here. There's a difference between the standard that says what to do with the objective testing and the tests themselves. So what are you, I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, what is the IEEE standard for dissolved gas? What's the purpose of that standard?
It's to help the utility give guidance to the utility on how to interpret the objective testing, the numbers, and what possible steps should be taken given those numbers.
And that IEEE standard, do you agree, sir, ultimately places the decision on what to do, repair or replace, into the judgment of the utility. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you could, sir, look at your direct testimony, page 29, lines 5 and 6.
Yes.
And there you say, these standards are designed to extend the useful life of these types of equipment, and as such are followed by all utilities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, it's just a little quibble. It says should be followed. But
I'm sorry if I read it incorrectly. I apologize if it should.
No, that's fine.
I need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor.
Okay.
It would be Pepco Exhibit 20FR, and that is OPC's response to Pepco Data Request 167.
Yeah, that's fine. It's good for my exercise.
Mr. Stevens, I hand you what's been marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Data Request 1-67 Exhibit, or Pepco Exhibit 20FR, the response of OPC to Pepco DR 167. Are you familiar with that answer, sir?
Yes.
And are you the sponsor of that answer,
Yes,
sir?
I am.
I'd move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 20, and then I want to ask you just a couple of questions there.
Actually, I only got one, and this may seem like a minor thing. In looking at the copy passed out, obviously the links aren't really readable. I mean, does that have any impact on the record?
I don't think it will, but if we need to make, I have copies of the documents that are on the link. I wasn't done.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you make sure that in the official pile of paper, that gets in there. I think that'll fix it. So
that is,
you know, the copy you mentioned that has the links that are visible.
Yes.
If that gets into the official record held by the executive secretary, then I think.
Yes, I will provide a better copy. I'm sorry.
No, that's
it looks like it was low on copy ink.
No, that's fine.
My apologies.
No, we're good.
Now I just talked to you about your testimony on page 29 of your direct, where you said these standards are designed to extend the useful life of the types of equipment and should be followed by all utilities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in this response, you say the standards do not specifically state useful life extension as a goal or purpose of the standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that statement at page 29 of your direct testimony is not correct.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
the statement says the standards are designed to extend the useful life of these types of equipment. And in my response to this thing, I'm saying that at my utility, was the purpose of it. I know I'm a member of IEEE. You know, I know that was the purpose of that standard. In fact, most of the standards are built to try to help the utility in extending the life of equipment and helping them be more effective in utilizing that equipment.
But the standard, when we read it, doesn't say that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, also in that DR 1-67 that you referenced, you say, and I think you just told me that statement was based on your experience at Public Service Company of Colorado. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me, sir, that your replacement criteria is not a run-to-fail criteria, but a replacement criteria after the failure of a functional or diagnostic test? Is that correct?
Yes, that's... Would you ask that question again?
Yeah, your replacement criteria is not a run-to-fail criteria, but replacement or repair after the failure of a functional or diagnostic test. Is that correct?
Yes, for those types of equipment that are subject to functional testing. Yes.
So you would agree with me that you support proactive replacement of equipment, correct?
If properly justified, yes.
I need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor.
Actually, and I may have distracted you with my question about, did you move the admission of this?
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 20FR.
So moved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
I need to get another exhibit marked. It is Pepco Exhibit 21. It is OPC's response to 1 DR 172. And I apologize, Your Honor, in advance. It looks like the copier wasn't getting the ink. I'll update this to so you can see the links.
Thank you. Well, I figured as long as you
Mr. Stevens, do you have a copy of what has been marked as Pepco Exhibit 21FR, OPC's response to Pepco Data Request 172?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page there, you're the sponsor of that data request. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
With that, Your Honor, I would move the admission of DR 72, and I want to ask you some questions about that DR answer, sir.
So admit it.
Now, would you agree with me, sir, that this data request, Exhibit 21 DR 1-72, asks if you are aware of any research that demonstrates that, quote, objective and functional diagnostic tests are more accurately predict equipment failure than subjective assessments of equipment conditions? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say you don't provide any evidence or any information supporting that. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, and you have 3 bullet points there. Do you see those?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the 3 papers that you link did not in any way address prediction of equipment failure? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But when you turn the DR response over, you say at the top there that you are aware, right, based on testimony by another investor-owned utility in Georgia that indicates that of several thousand dissolved gas analyses completed on substation transformers by the utility over 10 years, just 108 failed to accurately predict the substation transformer would fail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you say, as a result of both the research listed above and your own analysis and experience indicating the objective diagnostic and functional tests are extremely accurate in predicting failure, and then you go on, you're highly skeptical. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then in that response, you provide 2 footnotes that form the basis of the Georgia utility study that you did. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor. This will be Pepco Exhibit 22. And this is the Office of People's Counsel response to Pepco Data Request 57. And I ask that it be marked as Pepco Exhibit 22FR. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Is this the testimony that you cited in response to Pepco DR 172 Exhibit 21FR, sir?
It appears to be.
Okay. And you provided me those copies, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at the top it says Pepco 05-7 Attachment 1 of the attached testimony?
That's correct.
So that's the testimony you provided in response?
Again, it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I would move admission of Pepco Exhibit 22FR.
So admitted.
Now, sir, looking back at Pepco Exhibit 21, the response to DR 172, when I look at footnote 2, you direct to the testimony, the rebuttal testimony that has been marked as Exhibit 22 to page 40. Is that correct, sir?
Yes. That's what it directs to, right?
Right. And that's the information, part of the information that you use to come to your conclusion in DR 21 FR that diagnostic testing is extremely accurate in predicting failure of equipment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, sir. Could you turn to page 40 of the testimony that you provided that's attached as Exhibit 22, sir?
Yes.
And when I look at page 40 of the Georgia Power testimony, starting at lines 1, it says, over the last 10 years, 196 substation transformers failed in service at an average of 45 years, which is lower than the company's expected life for this asset. Of these 196 substation transformers, 108 failed, paren 55%, close paren, after passing such diagnostic tests and inspections. Therefore, the company's experience to date informed its recommendation to replace transformer assets. And it goes on. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Does that testimony state unequivocally that the diagnostic testing that you say is accurate failed to identify 55% of the transformers that failed on the Georgia Power system?
Would you ask the question again so I can
Yes.
answer it?
Does that testimony say that of the 196 substation transformers that failed, 108 failed, 55%, after passing diagnostic tests and inspections? Is that correct?
I think you. Well, I'm sorry. It sounded like you had a double negative in there. So ask the question again one more time.
Sure. Well, let me just read the testimony. You tell me if this is what it says.
Oh, you just asked me if that's what it says.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Then yeah, that's what it says. You're asking me to interpret what it says, not what it says, right?
What does it say? It says of the 196. Let me just start over.
Okay.
Does this testimony say, of the 196 substation transformers, 108 failed, paren 55%, after passing such diagnostic tests and inspections?
That's correct.
And does that indicate to you that 55% of the Georgia Power transformers that failed had passed diagnostic tests and inspections?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me, sir, that this testimony demonstrates that diagnostic testing is not a better predictor of transformer failure, the exact opposite than your statement in DR 1-72?
I would say that it doesn't support it as well as I would hope, but utilities have been using diagnostic testing for many, many years as a way to determine the health of substation equipment, and it's been a very accurate way of predicting that. And so that's my position.
And you were the only sponsor of Pepco DR 172, Exhibit 21. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, which one is that?
That is OPC's response to DR 172.
Okay, so you asked me if I was the only sponsor of DR1. Yes, I was.
And this has to do with engineering?
Yes.
And so that's what you're here for, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, if you could, sir, turn to the rebuttal testimony on page 29. your sir rebuttal testimony. I think it is Exhibit 17 FR. And I'm focusing on page 29, lines 7 through 9. Let me know when you're there.
The Sir rebuttal testimony is most Alvarez and Stevens, right?
Okay. Yes, it is. But I'm looking at the section called Premature Substation Equipment Replacement Disallowances that starts on page 28. Do you see that there, sir?
Yes, yes.
And that's where you're responsible for, because that's talking about the engineering judgment, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so that's not in Mr. Alvarez's world, because he's not an engineer, correct?
Well, it's a combination of engineering and cost effectiveness analysis. And Mr. Alvarez has a lot of experience in cost effective analysis, so we worked on that stuff together.
Okay. Very good. I'm not going to focus on part of the question where there was the cost effectiveness analysis use of the ICE calculator.
Okay.
What I'm focusing is on page 29, lines 7 through 9. Do you see that?
I'll look at it here.
Yes, sir. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
There it says, regarding age, we note that objective test results are a much better predictor of transformer failure than age. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Other than the information that you provided in response to Pepco data request 172, and this testimony here in your sir rebuttal testimony, did you provide any other information to support the claim that test results are a much better predictor of transformer failure than age?
I did not.
Your Honor, I need to get another exhibit marked. And this will be Pepco Exhibit 23FR. And it is the response to Pepco data request 510.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's 23.
It is 23.
23.
I'm sorry. Mr. Stevens, I hand you what's been marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 23. And is that the Office of People's Counsel response to Pepco data request 5-10?
Yes.
And you're the sole sponsor of that data request, is
I
that
am.
correct?
That is correct.
I would move the admission of Exhibit 23FR.
Wait a minute.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, in response to that data request, sir,
you stated in there, you quoted from the IEEE standard, is that correct?
In the response, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Let me finish reading it.
Sure. Just tell me when you're ready.
Yes, I'm finished reading it.
Okay. And in that question, Pepco asked you, please specifically identify in the standard or standards where it states or indicates the IEEE standards are, quote, designed to indicate when action should be taken to prevent failure in the near future, such as equipment repair and replacement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in there, you say, you quote the standard, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say, the standard said, it should be noted that DGA is a detection and diagnostic tool, not a predictive technique. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it can only detect an existing or past condition and has no capability to predict any future condition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it has, the standard is not to be used to predict failure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that could not have been a factor that went into your statement. The IEEE standard could not have been a factor that went into your statement in your rebuttal testimony that said failure of diagnostic tests are a better predictor, correct?
It's still my belief that it is a better predictor than any other predictor.
Okay. That's your belief, but there's no other evidence other than your belief in this record. Is that correct?
I don't have any other evidence other than the fact that the utilities have been using these diagnostic tests for decades and decades and as a predictor of possible failure.
And you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that Pepco conducts testing such as the dissolved gas analysis test and other types of testing, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that Pepco considers those results along with other factors such as the expected life of the equipment, the actual age of the equipment, the condition of the equipment, environmental risks, among other factors. Isn't that correct?
I believe that that's what they say they do. I don't know what they actually use.
Okay. Well, did you watch any of the testimony of Pepco witness Young?
Some of it, yes.
Did you read Pepco witness Young's testimony?
Yes.
And does she set out those standards in that testimony?
In her testimony, I believe she did say they use age and some other things.
Okay. And you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that the age of equipment is an objective standard?
The age of equipment is an objective number. How it's used is different. That just because you're using a number of age doesn't mean you can just look at the age and determine whether it needs to be replaced or not.
And Pepco just doesn't look solely at the age to make a determination about replacement of substation equipment. Isn't that correct?
No, but the way they use age is not objective.
And where is the testimony that you've provided that states that the way Pepco uses age is not objective?
Where in my testimony?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that it's in my testimony.
So it's not in your testimony. Mr. Alvarez, you're up. Mr. Alvarez, could you take a look at page 25 of the surrebuttal testimony there? Exhibit 17. Let me know when you're there, sir.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and could you look at footnote 51 where you cite some OPC comments in docket number RM79, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I need to get another exhibit marked. This will be Pepco Exhibit 24FR, and these will be the Office of People's Counsel comments in administrative docket RM79. And these are on the, but just for ease of.
I think.
24. I need one more.
Thank you.
Oh, did you get one?
Yeah, I got one. Thank you.
Halfway.
Okay, Mr. Alvarez, sir, could you look at the document I've handed you that I've asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 24FR?
Yes.
And are those the comments that you're referring to in footnote 51 of page 25?
Yes.
And sir, when I look at footnote 1 on the second page there, it says these comments were prepared with technical assistance provided by Paul Alvarez of the Wired Group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm assuming you worked with the attorneys listed on the cover page to draft these comments?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you turn to page 27 of those comments, sir? And I'm specifically looking at Roman numeral 5, the commission should accept other staff recommended changes to COMAR. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see a recommendation that OPC makes requesting a modification to the standards proposed for corrective maintenance and maintenance?
Yes.
And there, did the Office of People's Counsel request that the commission modify those definitions?
Yes.
And they requested that the commission add, with such conditions to be determined by objective industry standard diagnostic or functional tests, N/R inspection practices as documented in each utility's operation and maintenance procedures. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that the commission did not accept OPC's recommendation?
I do not recall.
You don't recall, so you don't know. But you would agree with me if I went to the Code of Maryland regulation and looked at the definition of corrective maintenance and maintenance, that would tell me whether or not those requested revisions were accepted, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you this. You're unaware of any other jurisdiction that has regulations defining corrective maintenance as condition that contain the italicized language that the Office of People's Counsel was asking to be added to the definition of corrective maintenance or maintenance. Is that correct?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And so the commission did have an opportunity to accept those changes in the corrective maintenance and maintenance definitions. Would you accept subject to check? The commission did not do that?
Sure, subject to check.
Okay. And yet that's the standard that you're using in your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I haven't already moved the admission of RM 79, Your Honor, I would move the admission.
So admit it.
All right, I need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor, and it's going to be Pepco Exhibit 25FR. And this is going to be OPC's response to Pepco Data Request 165. I'm sorry, I can't.
It's really important. It's way more important than the other.
Could I ask the indulgence to take my jacket off?
We're gonna have to vote on it. So we're gonna raise
Go right ahead.
Well, I think some of the commissioners were complaining that it was cold. Maybe they'll take your jacket.
Thank you very much.
But that's about it. Like, not with jacket. Oh, I see. You've taken your jacket off too.
Oh, yeah. I actually feel cold enough that I would rather not take my jacket off.
I know, me too.
That's why I said absolutely.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're so hungry.
Maybe because I feel a little bit of a freeze blowing on me.
Mr. Stevens, I hand you what I asked to be that I've asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 25FR. It's the response to DR 165.
Did you meet Mr. Alvarez when you said Mr. Stevens?
No.
Me?
I'm sorry. I should have signposted it. It's your turn again, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Apologize. I have to look closer at my notes. I'm trying to hurry. Back to you, Mr. Stevens.
Okay. Now.
I'm sorry. I've handed you what's been marked as Pepco Exhibit 25. And you're familiar with this. This is the, and you provided this to me, this is the IEEE Guide for Interpretation of Gases Generated in Mineral Oil Immersed Transformers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the standard that we've been talking about, and this is the IEEE document that we've been discussing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're familiar with it? You told me you're an IEEE member?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 25FR.
So admit.
Could you look at page 14 of the document, sir? And I'm looking at the very last paragraph on that page.
Yes.
And it says there, DGA results can sometimes be indeterminate or misleading.
Hey, I'm sorry. I am not reading what you're reading.
It starts with for various reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the very last paragraph, for various reasons.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see it.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
So it says, for various reasons, some of which are explained in this guide, comma, DGA results can sometimes be indeterminate or misleading, and sometimes DGA can fail to detect or identify a fault that may be present. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then when you look over on page 15 of the document, that was where you excerpt the response to Pepco data request 5-10 that's already been admitted into evidence. Is that correct?
Yeah, can you point to it on the page 15?
Yes, sir. It's at the top of page 15 where it says it should be noted, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I see it.
And that's what you gave me in response to...
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so it does say there, however, when a condition exists, DGA can be used to track and evaluate its evolution over time. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Could you turn to page 28 of that document, sir?
Okay, I'm on page 28.
And I'm looking at the top of the page. It says 5.3, context of DGA data interpretation. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you look at little c, action, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
The very last two lines in the action paragraph says, this guide does not cover the procedure required to determine what remedial or operating actions may be necessary. This is ultimately the sole responsibility of the transformer owner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in our case, the transformer owner would be Pepco, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you look at 5.3b, evaluation, the last sentence there under B, evaluation, it's bolded, you see that?
Yeah.
It says expert opinion, operator experience, and unit-specific conditions should be part of the evaluation. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And so unit condition would be age. Is that correct?
No.
No?
Age is not a condition.
Okay. Should it be expected life of the unit?
That's not a condition.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What are the specific conditions here, sir? And where are they set out in this document?
In this document?
Yes, sir.
I am sorry, I'm unaware where they are laid out in this document.
And that's because the action taken as a result of this is ultimately the sole responsibility of the transformer owner. Is that correct?
It is the ultimate responsibility of the transformer owner. That's correct.
And that's what the IEEE says, not Doug Keel.
I'm sorry, that's what this says right here in the standard. That's correct. Are we done with that page?
We are, sir, but we're going to page 38.
Oh, okay.
So we're not done with this document. I had to read it all, so we're going to talk about a lot of it.
Okay.
I learned a lot.
I bet you did. Okay, I'm on page 38.
And the first full paragraph there on page 38 says, DJA is a powerful tool to detect anomalies in transformers. However, it is not the only tool available to transformer owners. The use of DGA results to monitor transformers should not be assumed to be a replacement for other prudent operating, management, and monitoring practices. This is especially true of a transformer assessment following the detection of an anomaly. Conclusions or actions should never be based exclusively on a single DGA result. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And you have no reason to doubt that, and that's something that you've lived by as as an engineer.
Yeah, that's, I mean, basically the standard has to say the standard is not an answer to, it's not a solution to all problems. It's basically guides, as I said before, it's a guide for the utility to try to help them interpret the DGA and other testing results to help them make decisions about what to do with the transformer.
Along with other factors, correct?
Yes, along with other factors.
And you shouldn't solely rely on test results, isn't that correct?
You should not solely boy, that's a good question. How do I say that? That's because test results and the evaluation of the actual objective testing and evaluation of a transformer is all you have to make a determination about the condition of the transformer. That's what you should be using to make your decisions about what to do with the transformer.
So it's your engineering judgment that all a utility has to make a decision about replacing a transformer are the results of DGA testing?
No, there are other tests.
So it should only be test-based. Is that your testimony today, sir?
That is the best. That is the best information that the utility has, and that's what they should be primarily making their decision on.
And you don't have any evidence, documentary or otherwise, that says that, do you, sir? Other than your sworn testimony here.
Just based on years of experience, that's right.
And you haven't been working at a investor-owned utility in this area since 2005. That's 20 years ago, isn't it?
That's true, and I guarantee you that has not changed in 20 years.
Okay. Did you look at the Georgia Power testimony?
Yeah.
Did Georgia Power say that they used age of the equipment, that they used the average life of the equipment, that they used other condition-based decisions to make their determination along with DGA testing?
I saw that it said that. That doesn't mean I agree with it.
That wasn't my question. Does Georgia Power use that?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to have a long talk about that at other utilities a little bit later. Can you turn to page 40 of the IEEE standard, sir? And I'm looking at the last line before 6.2, fault type identification from DGA results.
I'm sorry, what are you reading?
Go to page 40, sir.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the sentence that's right above 6.2, fault type identification from DGA results.
The sentence right above. Okay.
Yeah, and it says, a DGA interpretation is still more of an art than a science. The consultation of a transformer expert with DGA interpretation experience is strongly encouraged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it's your engineering judgment, sir, that Pepco shouldn't replace a transformer unless it's quote-unquote failed a test. Is that correct?
Unless it's failed, right.
Now, you would agree with me, sir, and I read this standard 2 or 3 times. This is not a pass-fail standard, is it, sir?
It's not a pass-fail standard. No, that the standard gives guidelines for when their action needs to be taken.
But we established earlier in the cross-examination that nowhere in this document, the IEEE standard, does it say, if you get this test result, you must repair or replace. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's left to the judgment of the transformer owner. Is that correct?
if they follow the guidelines and the transformer has reached the limits, the DGA testing limits, or the other gas testing limits, as outlined in the standard, if it's reached those levels where they need to take action, then it's the utility's responsibility to determine what action should be taken.
And that's just based on your belief, correct?
No, that's the utility industry's belief. Yeah.
The utility industry's belief.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're suggesting to me that all investor-owned utilities only replace transformers after they've, quote, failed DGA testing?
No, I'm not saying that.
All right, I'm going to move on. Your Honor, I need to get another exhibit marked. I believe this is going to be Pepco Exhibit 26FR, and it's going to be responses to DRs 153 and 4-4 in a packet. Hold on, I can't mark that up.
What number is this? 26.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have enough? Mr. Alvarez, did you want a copy, sir?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, I've handed you what's been marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 26FR.
Yes. That's DR 153, right?
Right, and on the first page of that two-page packet, it's OPC's response to Pepco DR 153. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the second page of that packet is a follow-up to 153, and it's Pepco's DR 4-4 to OPC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're familiar with those answers?
Yes.
And they're true and correct?
Yeah, the answers are correct. You know.
Okay. They may not be true?
I'm not sure what you mean by true and correct. They are our answers. Let me say.
Okay.
That.
Very good, sir. And there, you say in response, the witnesses deem, as do hundreds, if not thousands, of utilities across the U.S.
Sorry, where are you?
I'm on DR response
in the
153
there.
in the middle there. I'm sorry. I should be better. The second sentence.
Yes, I see it now.
The witnesses deem, as do hundreds, if not thousands, of utilities across the U.S., that items of substation equipment that pass their objective diagnostic tests are suitably safe and reliable to remain in service, and that items that do not pass their objective diagnostic and functional tests should be repaired or replaced. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I sent the Office of People's Counsel a follow-up data request on this topic on 4-4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I asked for the witnesses to identify the hundreds, if not thousands, of thousands of utilities across the U.S. that witnesses Alvarez and Stevens are aware of that rely solely on diagnostic and functional tests. Is that correct? and then you see your response.
Yes, I do.
And then it says, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens are aware that nonprofit electric distribution utilities, such as cooperative and municipally owned electric distribution utilities, typically repair or replace equipment only when such equipment fails, diagnostic and/or functional tests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then a little further down, you say, in Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens' experience, nonprofit utilities very rarely repair or replace equipment that passes diagnostic or functional tests, correct?
That's correct.
And then you cite the number of National Electric rural cooperatives
Right.
and the number of American Public Power Association nonprofit municipal utilities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's how you conclude that hundreds, if not thousands, of U.S. utilities do not replace or repair equipment that has passed objective or functional tests. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, that answer does not identify any investor-owned utilities, does it?
It does not.
Okay. And I think we established when we started that you have no experience working for a cooperative electric utility or a municipal electric utility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Alvarez, this one is for you. You have no experience working for a cooperative electric utility or a municipal electric utility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in response to DR 4-4, you didn't provide me. Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Stevens, if I can, sir. You also say in various roles at Public Service Colorado, as recently as 2005, you can attest that Public Service Colorado did not typically repair or replace substation equipment that passed functional or diagnostic tests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you were at Public Service Colorado, did you use the age of a transformer in your decision making on whether or not to repair or replace that transformer?
No, we use diagnostic testing as our...
Did you use age, sir?
Did I use
Yes,
it?
yes. When you were at Public Service of Colorado,
No, I didn't use age when I was...
Okay.
Right. I did not use age.
and the company didn't use age, correct?
Not, yes. Right, that's right. They didn't use age.
Okay.
Now, again, they didn't use age, right?
Okay, and they didn't use environmental condition when you were last there in 2005?
Environmental condition?
Yes, like giving off SFS gas, which is a powerful
Right.
greenhouse gas, or spilling oil into waterways, which will foul the waterways and kill aquatic animals.
Right.
Okay, and
And I'm sorry, what was the question again?
when you were at Public Service Colorado, you didn't use any of those factors, or Public Service Colorado didn't use any of those factors to determine whether or not to replace a transformer. They relied solely on.
No, that's not true.
Okay. What other items?
Well, if something is damaged or leaking oil or something like that to the point that it has to be repaired or replaced, they repaired or replaced it.
Okay, so you considered leaking oil.
I'm just saying that yes.
What other factors did you consider when you were there in 2005? We know it wasn't age.
Right.
We know it wasn't the average life given by the manufacturer of the equipment, correct?
Right.
We know it wasn't the obsolescence of replacement parts, correct?
Right.
Okay. What other factors other than the DGA test did you use?
Capacity overload.
Capacity overload.
Right.
Anything else?
I can't remember that there was anything else.
Okay. And it's been a long time since you were
Yeah.
employed in that area,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. All right. Oh, Your Honor, could I move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 26FR?
Wait a minute.
I need to get I need to get another package of exhibits marked. And these are OPC's responses to Pepco data requests 6-1, 6-2, and 6-3.
This 10,
What's this number? This is 27.
Thank you. Yeah. What is this 190? Oh, this is the combination. Yes.
I'm an attorney.
All right, yeah.
She might.
There you go.
Kumar cannot say it.
Okay.
Right, and you can see it too.
No.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
I've handed you what I asked to be marked for purposes of identification as OPC's response to Pepco data requests 6-1, 6-2, and 6-3.
This is 27 FR.
27 FR. Did I say it wrong? I apologize.
Skip that one.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. And are you a co-sponsor of these data requests?
I am.
And are you familiar with the responses contained in those data requests?
Let me take a quick read of them. Yes, okay. Yes.
And could you share that data request with Mr. Alvarez? I want to make sure that you're familiar with that answer, Mr. Alvarez.
I am.
Okay, and Mr. Alvarez, you would agree in DR 6-1 and 6-2, I asked you to identify each cooperative electric utility and each municipally owned electric utility by name that you, Mr. Alvarez, are aware of that typically repair and replace only when such equipment fails diagnostic and/or functional tests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I asked for specific documents in subpart A and in subpart B, which is attorney eyes only, to identify the name of the individual you talked to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree, Mr. Alvarez, that you failed to identify any cooperative electric utility or municipal electric utility by name in DRs 6-1 and 6-2. Is that correct?
I identified the names of some individuals.
I said the cooperative utility or the municipal utility.
That's correct.
Okay. And I asked you for any documents that supported the assertion made that municipal utilities and cooperative utilities typically repair and replace equipment only when such equipment fails diagnostic tests and/or functional tests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you provided no documents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, you would agree that DRs 6-1 and 6-2 ask you to identify each cooperative electric utility and each municipally owned electric utility by name that you are aware of that typically repair or replace equipment only when such equipment fails diagnostic and/or functional tests. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't name any.
That's correct.
And you would agree that you failed to identify any cooperative or electric utility by name that you talked to in response to DR 6-1 and 6-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Alvarez, if you could look at Pepco DR 6-3, and that data request asked if you were familiar or if you knew the names or had any documents related to investor-owned utilities that typically repair or replace equipment only when such equipment fails diagnostic and/or functional tests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in response to DR 6-3, you could not name any investor-owned utility that typically repair or replace equipment only when such equipment fails diagnostic or functional tests. Nor could you provide any documentation or names of investor-owned utility employees that support that claim. Is that correct?
Well, specifically what it says is we haven't done the research to identify those. But yes, we have not identified any. That's correct.
Okay. Same question for you, Mr. Stevens. In response to DR 6-3, you could not name any investor-owned utilities that typically repair or replace equipment only when such equipment fails diagnostic or functional tests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 27FR.
So admitted.
Need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor. It's DR 6-4. Your Honor, I ask that OPC's response to Pepco Data Request 6-4 be marked as Pepco Exhibit 28FR.
So marked.
Mr. Stevens, are you familiar with this data request response, sir?
Yes.
And are you a co-sponsor of this data request response?
I am. That's right.
Okay. And so you would agree, would you not, that this question asks if you to provide the identity of each investor-owned electric distribution utilities that witnesses Alvarez and Stevens are aware of that proactively replace or repair equipment based on age, condition, and other factors. Is that correct?
Would you ask that question again?
Sure. This DR says, please identify each investor-owned electric distribution utility that witnesses Alvarez and Stevens are aware of that proactively replace or repair equipment based on age, condition, and other factors. And then you provide a list of utilities that, investor-owned utilities that you're aware of. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just need a second to digest it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take your time and let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Is that a list of investor-owned utilities that you're aware of that proactively replace or repair equipment that is based on age, condition, and other factors?
Yeah, that's the list that me and Mr. Alvarez put together.
And you're aware that those investor-owned utilities use age, condition, and other factors when making their replacement decisions. Is that correct?
Yeah, based on our work with these utilities, yes, that's right.
And those utilities weren't provided in response to DR or to data request 6-3. Is that correct?
I don't know.
I think 6.3 is a different question.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco DR 628 and DR 27 FR if I have not already done it. 28 and 27.
You already did 27, so we'll do 28.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I need to pass out an attorney eyes only document. I am not going to get into the specifics of that, but I need to do some cross-examination on that, and I have in an envelope, so I can just give it to the attorneys and the bench. I'm sorry, I didn't make enough.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. So you guys,
That's
like,
right, yeah.
you could,
We'll
you
just tell
can
you what's
stand
in it,
down.
so.
I'm not going to,
No,
I'm going to try to be careful, and they
we're
can,
fine, yeah.
they can let me know.
Sealed and everything.
I have to follow the rules.
So this is the other.
All right, and this is the information that was contained in Pepco Exhibit 27, 6-1 and 6-2 that was covered up and marked for attorney eyes only. Is that correct?
Yes. Are you asking me?
Sure.
Yes.
Same question for you, Mr. Stevens. Is this the information that was covered up in 6-1?
Yeah, I think so.
And you would agree with me, Mr. Alvarez, that the response to 6-1 only provides the name of one individual. Is that correct?
So the data request asks for those we could specifically identify. Now we've talked to people where we can't recall, you know, in many different venues, meetings, conferences, what have you. These are the ones we could recall.
So you could recall one. And is it your testimony that you've talked to all 900 individuals from all 900 National Electric rural cooperatives?
No, that is not my testimony.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you the one who talked to this specific individual, or was it Mr. Stevens?
It was me.
Okay. Is it, you would agree with me, would you not, that this person does not have knowledge of all of the practices of all electrical co-op utilities?
I would agree.
How often do you speak with this individual?
I don't know, periodically, quarterly maybe,
And
sometimes a year.
Is this individual compensated by the wire group for the information that they're providing?
Not this particular information, no.
Okay, but there is some information that this individual is compensated for providing?
He has done work for us in the past, yes.
And what type of work would that be, sir?
Engineering assessment work, similar to what Mr. Stevens does.
Okay. And does he provide pre-filed testimony on that engineering assessment work?
He has not yet, to my knowledge.
Did he provide any engineering assessment work in this proceeding?
No.
Now, Mr. Alvarez, you haven't done any sort of study or investigation about whether or not cooperative electric utilities use prospective equipment replacement, have you?
I have not.
Mr. Stevens, you haven't done any studies or you don't have any documents to provide that demonstrate that cooperative electric utilities use prospective equipment replacement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you could, I'll start with you, Mr. Alvarez. 6.2 asked for you to identify the names of the individuals of the municipally owned utilities that you spoke with and what municipally owned utilities that they worked for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there you only provide the name of one individual. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that individual no longer works for a municipal utility, having retired a number of years ago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you the individual who speaks to this person?
I am.
And is it your testimony that this individual has knowledge of the practices at all municipally owned electric utilities?
That is not my testimony.
And
many.
He's
familiar with many municipal utilities practices.
Okay. And how many municipally owned utilities are there in the United States?
I think we just said...
DR 4-4, I believe, says there are 2,000 municipally owned utilities.
That sounds right.
You don't know how many of them they've talked to, is that correct?
No, that's correct.
And so there may be municipal utilities out there that do this.
Absolutely. There may be.
And you haven't done any sort of study or investigation about whether or not municipal utilities use prospective equipment replacement. Is that correct?
I have not.
All right. And so your statement that hundreds or thousands of utilities hundreds of thousands of non-investor-owned utilities do this isn't supported by any study, and it's only supported by the information of these two individuals. Is that correct?
These two individuals plus other conversations with other employees for municipal and cooperative utilities who we cannot specifically identify.
Okay. The individual who is part of the response to 6-2, trying to not get
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do you compensate that individual?
Not routinely.
Have you compensated that individual for information?
Yes.
And did you use that individual in this proceeding?
No.
And how long have you been consulting with that individual?
A year or two.
All right, thank you. That's all for this. I would move the admission of, and how do you want to mark this, Your Honor? Attorney I only response to Pepco DR 6-1 and 6-2. I believe the bench can keep them.
Okay.
I looked up.
Yeah, as We just wanted it to have a higher level of designation than confidential because of the identities of.
I'd rather just give it back.
Okay.
All right. No, I think we're fine doing that. So okay.
I will gather them up.
Okay. All right. So in that case, do we mark this and?
I would like it admitted into the record, yes.
So is how do we handle that?
I don't know. This is actually the first time I've had AO.
You maybe use the same exhibit number as the previous version, but instead of C, say AE. So FRAE.
Attorney eyes only.
Right.
Okay.
This is my first go round at
Yeah, yeah.
attorney eyes only
Okay.
in 35 years
So
of practice.
This is 29 FR
I'm trying to.
eyes only.
Yeah.
CEII.
OPC wanted it that way, and I was accommodating this time.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I appreciate that.
No, that's fine. So I take it you're finished.
With this line of questioning.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, but I'm getting very close.
All right.
Could I move the admission of the attorney eyes only information into the record with the proper designation?
So admitted.
No objection.
I need to get
Do you remember this now?
another exhibit marked, Your Honor.
Okay.
I remember the 108, but I don't the 10,000.
And this would be Pepco Exhibit 30,
No, 20. Yeah, 30.
30 FR.
The denominator is wrong.
The only reason why you can't say that that's something that you looked at, and that was misinterpreted. You see what I'm saying?
Hopefully it read it. Get to it.
Mr. Stevens, I've handed you what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 30 FR, and that is a packet of responses to Pepco data request 619, 620, and 621.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with that data request?
Yes.
And you're aware that Ms. Young attached to her rebuttal testimony excerpts of the direct testimony of David C. Meno, M-I-N-O, who works at Public Service of Colorado, an Excel company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that the company that you worked for quite some time, sir?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir. Well, let me do this. Let me provide you a copy just so we're on the same page. And I'm going to give you a copy of Ms. Young's ACYR, which is a copy of Mr. Meno's
Testimony.
testimony excerpt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for having me first.
Now, you've reviewed this excerpt of testimony, is that correct, sir?
That's correct, yeah.
And your answers to DR 619, 620, and 621 are true and correct, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, looking at the copy of the testimony that was attached as ACYR 5,
Yes.
could you just look at the last page of that testimony?
Okay.
And it is page 7 of 18 of ACYR 5. Is there an affidavit?
Wait a second.
The very last page of the
The
document.
very last page. Okay, yeah.
Do you see that there? The affidavit of David C. Menno.
Yeah.
And there, Mr. Menno swears that the testimony and attachments were prepared by him, and they're true and correct to the best of his information, knowledge, and belief, and that he would give the same testimony orally and would present the same attachments if asked under oath. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a notary seal there, so he took this in front of a notary and swore that this testimony was the truth?
Yes.
Okay. If I haven't moved the admission, Your Honor, of Pepco DR 30, I would do that.
Don't admit it.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that you have no reason to believe that the procedure that Public Service Colorado currently utilizes for substation replacement has changed. You have no reason to dispute that testimony, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, changed from what? Changed.
That the procedure that is described in the Menno testimony, attached as the rebuttal witness to Ms. Young's rebuttal as ACYR 5, that procedure described in that direct testimony has changed, do you?
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep up with the question.
Okay.
I'm not sure what changed, and you were talking about her rebuttal testimony, which...
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Let me ask you, you have a copy of Mr. Menno's testimony with you. Could you turn to the front page of that? There you go.
Yeah.
There are procedures in there that discuss Public Service of Colorado's procedures to select substation equipment replacement to be proactively replaced based on age, condition, and by historical performance of similar types of equipment. Is that correct?
Counsel, can you point to the portion that you're referring to?
I can, but you can look at DR 619, where you agreed with that statement, but I will, sir.
It's on page 4, I think.
Right, and up at the top, it's page 45 of
Yeah.
76 of that testimony.
Yes.
And it says at lines 16 through 21, Public Service also considers the average useful life and age of individual assets. The average useful life of a distribution substation transformer is approximately 40 years. Beyond 40 years, the probability of failure begins to increase. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And at page 9, Mr. Menno in his sworn testimony says to identify those substations.
I'm sorry, page 9 of 18?
No, at line 9,
line
where
9.
we're at, sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Menno says to identify those substation assets in need of replacement, Public Service evaluates the age and condition of those assets. For instance, Public Service monitors the conditions of the substation transformers by performing a dissolved gas analysis of the transformer fleet on a regular basis. Correct?
That's correct. That's what it says.
And then at the top of that page at line 3, replacing substation equipment that has reached the end of its useful life can mitigate some of the greatest reliability risks to our customers. For instance, while the failure of a substation transformer is not a common occurrence, when it does fail, it can result in between 5,000 and 15,000 customers losing service. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And in that testimony, Mr. Menno is describing the practices used by your former employer, Public Service of Colorado, to make a determination on whether or not it's going to replace a transformer or transformer equipment. Is that correct?
It appears to me that that is what he's describing that they did in 2022 or 2020, I think it is.
And you have 2022. That's when.
Yeah.
And you have no reason to believe that has changed, do you?
I have no information that says. Again, you're asking that it's changed from from 2022 till now.
Yes.
Oh, I have no information that can determine that one way or another.
Okay. If you could, sir, look at page 46 of 76.
Okay.
Line 20 there, Mr. Meno says, all 4 assets have reached the end of their useful lives and need to be replaced. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what line are you on?
I'm on line 20 and 21.
Yes, I see that.
And so he is describing that the California substation assets that were replaced had reached the end of their useful lives and needed to be replaced. Is that correct?
That seems to be what it's saying.
And you have no reason to doubt that, correct?
To doubt what?
What it says in that sworn testimony.
I have no reason to doubt that that's what it says in the testimony.
Would you agree with me, sir, that aging infrastructure is a relatively recent issue in the electric industry within the last 10 years?
Ask that question again.
Would you agree with me that aging infrastructure is a recent issue in the electric utility industry within the last 10 years?
I would agree that it is a issue that is discussed more than in the past in the last 10 years.
Okay. So the Meno testimony that we saw, that I asked you about, in that testimony it indicates that the company had, and let me just go to the page because I'm going to be asked.
Are we in his testimony?
Yeah, his testimony.
Okay.
And I'm looking at lines 19 through 21 of page 45 of 76 or page 4 of 18.
Okay.
And it says...
I'm sorry, give me line numbers again, please.
Lines 19 through 21.
Okay.
It says, distribution has approximately 380 substation transformers, and approximately 90 of those transformers are over 50 years old, and approximately 51 of those transformers are between 40 and 50 years old. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And so when you were last worked in that area in 2005 at Public Service Colorado, I'm not even going to call it lawyer math, I'm going to call it third grade arithmetic. That was 20 years ago, so the 90 transformers that are over 50 years, in 2005, those 90 transformers would have been 30 years old. Did I do my arithmetic correctly? 50 minus 20 equals 30.
Boy, I'm not sure. I know it's supposed to be simple math, but you kind of lost me there.
Okay, look at line 20.
Yeah, okay. All right.
He says approximately 90 of these transformers are over 50 years old.
Uh-huh.
So if we assume that 90 of the 380 substation distribution transformers are over 50 years old, when you left the employment area at Public Service Colorado overseeing it, those transformers would have been 30 years old. Is that correct? Or is my arithmetic correct?
Yeah, those 90 transformers would have been 30 years old. That's right.
And then the 51 transformers that were 40 to 50 years old, and I'll use the high end bound, those would have been 30 years old.
Yeah, that's correct. You did the math right.
It's arithmetic, and that's all I can do. Thank you. I need to get another exhibit marked, and it will be Pepco Exhibit 31FR, and it's the response to DR 624. Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to take that back. I don't need to get this DR marked. Would you agree with me, Mr. Stevens, that you no longer work at Public Service of Colorado?
That's true.
And you're unable to confirm the procedures that Public Service of Colorado currently follows with regard to substation equipment replacement practices?
That is correct.
Now, you are unable to confirm the procedures that Public Service Colorado uses despite reading the sworn testimony of Mr. Menno, correct?
That's correct.
But you're able to confirm that all cooperative electric utilities and municipal electric utilities do not replace substation equipment until that substation equipment has failed a functional or objective test. Is that correct?
That's my opinion. That's correct.
Now, that's your opinion?
That's right.
Okay, but that's not based on any sort of thorough investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's just one man's idea, correct? Based on Mr. Alvarez's conversation with the individuals we talked about in DRs 6-1 and 6-2, correct?
And yes, and my experience of working with those people as well. But I have no specific references. So.
Need to get another exhibit marked. It'll be Pepco Exhibit 31FR, and it's OPC's response to Pepco DR 625.
Actually, it's already in. It's actually already in. It was part of an earlier just.
Mr. Stevens, do you have a copy of what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 31FR?
I don't have it marked that way, but I assume it's with 625 and 626 and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a package of 625, 626, 627, 628, and 630.
That's correct.
And you are the sponsor of that?
Yes.
And your answers are, those are your answers, and they're true and correct?
That's right.
And those are asking about the Northern States Power Company testimony that's attached to Ms. Young's testimony, is that correct?
That's correct.
And could you just confirm with me that Northern States Power Company is an XL company, the parent company that you used to work at?
That's correct.
Okay. I would move the admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 31FR. And Mr. Stevens, you're not aware personally or professionally of any specific municipally owned electric utility that only replaces equipment after it fails a functional or diagnostic test. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Would you? I need another exhibit marked, Your Honor. Would be Pepco Exhibit 32 FR. And that is a package of responses to Pepco DR 136, Pepco DR response 8-1 in case number 9702, and DR 856 in 9702.
What's that? Oh. Oh, okay. Not sure what difference. Oh, really?
We're on 32?
This is responses.
Yes.
And Mr. Stevens, I've handed you what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 32, and that's a package of responses, DR 136 in this proceeding, and then the response to DR 81 in 9702, and the DR 856 in 9702. Do you see those?
I do.
And you're a sponsor of all three of these, is that correct?
Along with Mr. Alvarez on 136.
Okay. And then 136 asks the reference footnote 19 in the direct testimony. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And I asked you to confirm that projects required for safe and reliable service, that the benefits to customers are not required to exceed the cost to customers, and that was confirmed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you could look at page 2 of that data request, and I'm looking at the second paragraph, and you provided this in response.
I'm sorry, are we on 8.1 now?
Yes, 8.1.
Okay.
And the second paragraph of 8.1, that data request says, spending that is required for safe and reliable service does not require a cost-benefit analysis at all, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then on 856, it says, Mr. Stevens agrees that no cost justification is required for repairing or providing facilities that are required to serve customers in a safe and reliable manner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your position hasn't changed on that, is that
It's
correct?
not.
Okay. And to speed things along, you were cross-examined, or you were asked a question by me in 9655 about this topic, in 9702 about this topic, and by Commissioner Herman about this topic in the BG&E case, correct?
I'm sorry, in what case?
In the Baltimore Gas and Electric
Right.
MYP.
I thought you said PG&E.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, PG&E, right, yes.
And your answer has been consistent on that topic,
Yes.
is that correct?
I believe they've been consistent, yes. I hope they've been consistent.
I would move the admission, Your Honor, of Pepco DR, or Pepco Exhibit 34.
32.
32?
Yeah. Not there yet.
Right.
Did we admit 31?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, 31.
Last night was 32.
Yeah, 31 was DR responses 625, 626, 627.
All right. But
That's
it's in the
31.
record. Okay.
So this batch was 32.
Okay. I just need to get 2 more exhibits marked, and then I'm finished.
You never asked anything about this.
Get confirmed.
First, if I could get marked as Pepco Exhibit 33, OPC's response to DR 5.1 and 5.2.
Yeah, I saw those. saw the list of all the people they were on there. So.
Okay, because it hasn't made it into the
I know.
trades.
Yeah.
Yeah. People don't care.
Thank you.
Kurt's left Maryland Mathers.
Oh, that's interesting. You know, it just occurred to me that I haven't seen anything.
He decided to take early
33.
retirement.
33.
Oh, he's usually on top of things.
Yeah, right.
Okay. I guess we don't matter anymore.
Mr. Stevens, have you had a chance to look at DR 5.1 and 5.2?
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with these, yeah.
And you're the sponsor of those answers?
Yeah, I am.
Your Honor, with that, I would move the admission of DR 33.
So admit it.
I need one last exhibit marked, and it's OPC's response to Pepco DR 134. I ask it be marked as, wow, Pepco Exhibit 34.
Sure.
Thank you.
Um, yeah. Mr. Alvarez, or Mr. Stevens, I hand you what's been marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 34 FR. Is that your response to Pepco DR 1-34?
Yes,
And is it true and correct to your best of your knowledge and belief?
yes.
With that, Your Honor, I move admission of Pepco DR 34.
So admit it.
With that, Your Honor, I believe I will pass these witnesses. Thank you for your time and indulgence.
Staff.
Oh, staff, do you have anything?
Yeah, as it happened, I did not come into this with questions for these witnesses, but I did develop a few here.
Sure.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Lloyd Spivak for the commission staff. As I read Mr. Austin's rebuttal testimony, I make it that there were originally roughly 6 items of disagreement between you and Mr. Austin. Does that sound about right?
The tree wire, the circuit breakers, that kind of stuff, the transformers, yeah.
Okay. And in his rebuttal testimony, he took into account your rebuttal testimony. And with respect to 2 of those items, he basically said he had changed his opinion a little bit and was open to considering disallowance there, depending on the company's responses. Do you recall that?
I don't, but
Yeah.
subject to check, I agree. He probably said that.
Okay, so there are roughly four areas of disagreement left between you and him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And assuming that the commission were to agree with you, the result would be that Pepco is awarded a revenue requirement that's a little lower than it would be under with just the disallowances made by Mr. Austin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And would I be wrong in characterizing the disagreements between you and Mr. Austin as a matter of professional opinion? Matters of professional opinion, since is that a fair characterization, do you think?
I think that's a fair analysis. The differences had to. My understanding of the differences were the approach to analysis. He took a broad approach, and we took a narrow approach. And I don't know if you call that a difference of opinion or not, because it's really a difference in approaches.
But he was asking specifically
Oh.
about
the projects themselves that we're recommending for disallowance.
Oh, those specific
You know,
projects?
like the tree wire ones, or
Well-
the circuit breakers, or the transformers.
Would you say that is simply a matter of differing professional opinions between you and Mr. Austin?
I think it's safe to say that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Redirect.
Very briefly. Mr. Alvarez, if you could find the exhibit that's been marked as Pepco Exhibit 24FR. These are the comments that OPC submitted regarding a rulemaking that was taking place in admin docket RM 79.
What was the number again?
24.
It's 24.
There it is. Got it.
And if you could turn to page 27 of that document for me.
Got it.
All right, and can you start reading for me? Begin.
I'm going to object. I didn't ask any questions. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think.
apologize.
And just to be clear, I think you were asked a question about page 28, but the beginning part that I wanted to start with is on 27. It's beginning on page 27, the middle of the paragraph, where it says, "However, OPC recommends modifications to 2." Can you start reading there and then read through the end of the sentence on the at the end of the first paragraph on page 28, the italicized language?
However, OPC recommends modifications to 2 definitions staff adds to COMAR 2050-12 in its filing, corrective maintenance and maintenance. The definitions as drafted allow utilities to employ subjective evaluations of equipment condition to justify equipment replacements in instances in which objective evaluations of equipment condition, diagnostic and functional tests, or formal inspections indicate no reason for replacement. To address this deficiency, OPC makes the following recommendations. The definition of corrective maintenance on page 2 should be modified as follows: to address the subjective condition assessment concern. Corrective maintenance means maintenance performed to correct system, equipment, or component conditions that render them incapable of performing their designed function, and here's the additional modification part, with such conditions to be determined by objective, industry standard diagnostic or functional tests and or inspection practices as documented in each utility's operations and maintenance procedures.
Thank you. Is the OPC proposed definition there on page 28 a definition that you would recommend Maryland employ?
Yes.
And why?
Well, as we mentioned here, as we mentioned in the introduction to this section that you had me read, it allows utilities to employ subjective evaluations of equipment condition to justify equipment replacements in instances in which objective evaluations indicate no reason for replacement.
And just to be clear, your testimony in this case is not that replacement is never appropriate when equipment fails a functional or diagnostic test. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I would like to highlight that when it comes to, for example, the cooperative utilities or the municipal utilities, we say typically. These utilities typically do not replace equipment that has passed their test. Doesn't mean they never do, means they typically do not.
And in what instances would it be appropriate to replace equipment even if it has passed a functional test?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Mr. Alvarez is not an engineer. He possesses zero ability to speak to these engineering judgments. And I started out my cross-examination saying, as it relates to engineering assessments, the question should be directed to Mr. Stevens. So if he wants to direct those questions to Mr. Stevens, that's fine. But Mr. Alvarez is not an engineer.
All right, fine. I will direct that question to Mr. Stevens. Do you need me to repeat it again? Mr. Stevens, is it your opinion that a replacement of utility equipment is never appropriate in instances when it fails a functional or diagnostic test?
No, that's not never.
Okay, and what circumstances would it be, or when would it be appropriate?
To replace equipment
that has passed its function.
Passed its test. There's, well, certainly the if they did a proper risk-based cost-benefit analysis on the equipment, the need for the equipment to be replaced. For example, if they have a specific type of equipment, even at a specific age, and it has an extremely high failure rate, that type of equipment you might be able to do a risk-based cost-benefit analysis on a piece of equipment that has not failed its test, and do a cost justify replacing that equipment.
Great.
Your Honor, I would just want to state for the record that that is a new answer. I asked him specifically what the reasons were, and he said testing and capacity limits. So I'd ask that that answer be stricken.
No, you asked this question, and then you referenced comments that OPC had submitted in a case, and these questions are follow-up questions regarding the the comments that were that you put into the record evidence in this case.
I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead.
And I have no more redirect.
Okay, Commissioner Richard.
And just one point of order, I do have to go, so Mr. San Martino is going to take my place at the table, if that's okay.
Oh, okay, we'll miss you. So.
We will.
Thank you very much for your testimony and and for being here today. But I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sushman.
I have no questions.
Actually, I do. So, on page 29 of your rebuttal testimony, so this discussion about the Wheaton substation transformer and the replacement, and the disagreement between you and the company on that.
Here, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, direct? Was it direct? No, no.
Sir
rebuttal testimony. Page 28 and 29. So, so you cite to the rebuttal testimony of Pepco's witness Young about the explanation about why they replaced the transformer, but and you disagree with the rationale they presented. But when she was on the stand, she mentioned the fact that this thing was leaking gas and there were other problems. Were you aware of that situation when you wrote the rebuttal, or?
She had mentioned it in her testimony, but those things can be repaired. I'm just saying that is not a justification for replacing the transformer in itself. Now, maybe you could have leaking gas, leaking oil, several different things, but all that can be either repaired or it needs to be use a risk-based cost-benefit analysis to determine whether or not the replacement or the value of the replacement justifies the cost.
Now, I guess the other issue she brought up was, and it was sort of alluded to in the testimony, was should this thing, fail completely, it, has, from an outage standpoint, it's pretty significant. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
If I could just add, you can quantify that frequency and those consequences, right? And that's the risk-informed benefit cost analysis that Mr. Stevens is talking about. In some of the testimony earlier, it was the witness for Excel Energy. He said something like, well, after 40 years of age, the propensity of a likelihood that a transformer will fail goes up. And that's a true statement. So if it goes up from 1 in 200 a year to 1.5 in 200 a year, that's not much difference, right? So the quantification is important. You can't just say, yes, this is for reliability. Well, how much reliability? Yes, this is because there's a risk that this could fail. Well, how many have catastrophically failed in the past? So that's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, and I would all just add to that when it says the risk of it going up, failing, goes up after 40, it actually goes up from day one. It's always going up. It does have a tendency to increase, but most of them, the curves that I've seen really don't start to get higher until age like 70, and then that's when this curve really starts to make a difference.
And in one of these DR responses, we are aware of a substation transformer in operation that was not, it was passing its tests at 93 years of age.
Your Honor, that is all new about these curves. I asked for,
You know, actually, the problem is, it's a question I asked, so I'm afraid you can't object to a question that I asked. You may not like it, and maybe they went longer than you would like, but, you know, unfortunately, I asked the question, so I'm trying to figure out some of this stuff, and I referenced the stuff that your witness talked about on the stand, so I was just trying to compare that to what I was hearing here, so. Okay, well, that's actually all I got, so actually, I guess we're now on to staff, right?
We are now on to staff. I have Mr. Hoppe's testimony. I'll enter that into the record first. We're scheduled to have Mr. Austin go on first, followed by Mr. Riley. But I have been told that Mr. Riley cannot be here Monday if we were to go over. So I think we would like to try and put him on first and get that done.
Well, actually, we would like to get this thing done today, so we actually want to do both of them. So
I would like to do both of them as well. But it's not entirely in my controls, given the amount of cross that people have had.
Well, we'll see. So we'll take that chance. So
6:55. I mean, given that though, I do want to put Mr. Riley on.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. So you call him.
Let me get this done. And that said, we do need to collect Mr. Riley.
Well, actually, why don't we? I mean, do you need a break?
Can we take a break?
Well, actually, we're going to take a break anyway. You don't need one.
Should we find out?
Yeah. Who's that? Hey, Michael?
Should we ask?
All right, so let's do Riley, and then we'll see where we're at at that point. I'll check on Austin.
Okay.
Two. Go staff. Might be a little long. We got to go. Really?
I think the big question is what's Pepco doing? I mean,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a matter of business, staff would like to enter the testimony of David Hoppock into the record.
Okay.
We have the direct testimony and exhibits of David Hoppock on behalf of the staff dated November 15th, 2024. I believe we're at Staff Exhibit 3, so it would be 3FR. We'd like to mark Mr. Hoppock's direct as Staff Exhibit 3FR.
So marked.
We also have Mr. Hoppock's rebuttal testimony and exhibits on behalf of the staff dated February 28th, 2025. And we'd like to mark that as Staff Exhibit 4FR.
So marked.
And we would like to move both Staff Exhibits 3FR and 4FR into the evidentiary record.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Okay, and with that, I will turn things over to Mr. Dean to call Mr. Riley to the stand.
Staff would like to call Mr. Riley to the stand.
Good evening. Yeah, stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Mark, M-A-R-K, Riley, R-I-E-L-L-Y.
And could you give us your business address?
Sure. It is 6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, zip code 21202.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley, what is your position here at the commission?
I'm an auditor, regulatory auditor.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled the Rate Year 3 Reconciliation Testimony of Mark Riley dated November 15, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was prepared by me.
Do you have any changes or corrections to this document? Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit 5FR.
So marked.
Do you also have a document entitled the Rate Year 3 Reconciliation Rebuttal Testimony of Mark Riley dated February 28, 2025?
Yes.
Was this document also prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to this document?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document as Staff Exhibit 6FR.
So marked.
Mr. Riley, do these two documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff would like to make Mr. Riley available for cross-examination after moving these two documents into the evidentiary record.
So admitted. Aoba.
Good evening. I'm going to ask you to focus on your direct testimony.
Okay.
And please turn to page 2, lines 1 through 7. And on those lines, it indicates that the purpose of your testimony is to present your analysis and recommendations regarding Pepco's final reconciliation revenue requirement. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for clarity, on line 4, you reference fiscal year FY 2024. In your presentation, is fiscal year 2024 analogous to case 9655, rate year 3?
You are correct.
At page 2, lines 5 through 7, you state, quote, you state that your analysis, quote, was based on staff's review of Pepco's filing and responses to discovery requests, end quote, that were submitted by staff and OPC. Is that statement intended to indicate that you did not review Pepco's responses to AOBA's data requests?
That would be correct.
When you reference staff's review of Pepco's filing, are you referring to the review presented in the testimony of staff witness Austin?
Could you repeat that question?
When you reference, quote, staff's review of Pepco's filing on line 6 of page 2, are you referring to the review presented in the testimony of staff witness Austin?
Yes, you are correct.
What analyses did you prepare independent of witness Austin?
I did not prepare it independent. My testimony is based on witness Austin.
Now, at page 1, lines 13 through 15 of your direct testimony, you testified that you have over 25 years of auditing experience. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you characterize your analysis of Pepco's filing in this final reconciliation proceeding as an audit of Pepco's RY3 expenditures?
Could you repeat the question?
At page 1, lines 13 through 15,
Okay.
you testified that you, quote, have over 25 years of auditing experience, end quote. Would you characterize your analysis of Pepco's filing in this final reconciliation proceeding as an audit of Pepco's RY3 expenditures?
No, it is not an audit.
At page 8, lines 1 through 2 of your direct testimony, that's what I'm referring to, page 8, lines 1 through 2. Is it your testimony that Pepco had a rate year revenue deficiency of $28,594,000?
Yes, that's based on my calculation in Exhibit MR-1.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to pass out a cross-examination exhibit. The Executive Secretary has copies.
Thank you.
What I just passed out, Your Honor, it's marked July 9th, 2021, case 9655. It is Pepco's compliance filing, and it's a two-page letter plus one additional page. And I also have, if the witness needs to see it, the full copy of the company's compliance filing in the room. Now, I'd like you to take a look at the document that I just passed out, which, Your Honor, I would like to have marked for the record as AOBA Exhibit
19.
19FR. Did you compare Pepco's actual rate year 3 revenues with the level of the revenue approved by this commission for rate year 3 in order number 89868?
No, I did not. I made my comparison to Lemming's testimony.
Would you just take a look at, well, let's just look at the first line of Pepco's filing. It says, would you agree, in compliance with order number 89868?
What page are you on?
I'm on the first page of the letter.
Okay.
Okay. In compliance with order number 89868, issued June 28, 2021, in the above referenced matter, Pepco files herewith rate schedules for electric service in Maryland and supporting exhibits to become effective with service on and after June 28, 2021. So would you accept that this is Pepco's compliance filing in case 9655? And if you need to see the full document, Mr. Riley, I have it.
Yes, I'd like to see the full document more detailed, because all I have is 15.3 million in rate year 3. There's no calculation of the 15.3. Okay. Where in the compliance filing is it in the same format as Pepco's exhibit?
No, it is not. I just would like you to look at the second page. It's actually the third page of the exhibit I handed out, which says case number 9655, compliance filing, attachment B, page 5 of 145. If you could look in that in the full document.
It's what page?
Says compliance filing, attachment B, page 5 of 145. And if you look at that one page, the number I'd like you to focus on, if you see the bottom row.
I haven't got to that page yet. Okay, just a second.
The page you're looking at in the full compliance filing.
All right, I
should
think
match
I got it.
that should match the third page of the exhibit that I gave you. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now the number I'd like you to look at on the bottom column, you can see the bottom row, excuse me. You can see that for rate year 1, the allocated revenue requirement increase was $20,647,281, correct?
Correct.
And for rate year 2, the number in the next column says $16,259,905,000.
Correct.
Okay, and for rate year 3, you see the RY3 allocated revenue requirement increase of $15,337,168.
Correct.
Okay, now in the last column, you see it says total revenue requirement, and it adds up. It is the sum of all of the other columns, and it says that that total revenue requirement is $601,382,129. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the, would you agree that that was the total revenue requirement that this commission approved in its case 9655, order number 89868?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to hand you a copy of witness Oliver's testimony. Now, I'm just going to give you the direct testimony because that's all I'm going to ask you to look at.
What's the exhibit? It's 19.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to ask you to please turn to witness Oliver's testimony. First, I'm going to start with page 11 of his direct testimony.
I'm at page 11.
Okay. I would just like you to read the third bullet point at the top of the page. You can read it to yourself.
It says Pepco's RY3 final reconciliation filing falls well short of a true reconciliation.
No, you're in the wrong place. I'm looking at page 11 of his direct testimony.
I'm on page 11.
Okay, bullet point 3 at the top of the
Oh.
page. Pepco's actual RY3 MD, see that?
Okay. Pepco's actual rate year 3 MD distribution revenues align closely with the overall distribution revenue requirements that the company in rate year 3 rates were designed to provide. And then there's a footnote 3.
Okay, could you please read footnote 3? Well, I'll ask it this way because I don't think the commission may not have a copy. Would you accept that footnote 3 says, I'm just going to read the first part of it, this is based on a comparison of the revenues for which Pepco's RY3 rates were designed as shown in Pepco's July 9th, 2021 compliance filing in case number 9655, attachment B, page 5 of 145, and Pepco's actual RY3 Maryland distribution base rate revenues as detailed in the electronic-only attachment to Pepco's response to staff data request 2-2. Do you accept that's what it said?
Yes, I have not reviewed staff data request 2-2.
I think in your testimony, you stated you reviewed staff data requests as well as OPC data requests. Did you not? Didn't we just?
Correct, but if I included staff data request 2-2, it would have been an attachment to my testimony.
Okay, so you want to correct?
When I said I reviewed staff data requests, it doesn't mean I reviewed all staff data requests.
Now, I'm going to ask you also with Mr. Oliver's testimony to please turn to pages 73 and 74 of his testimony. Now,
I haven't got to page 73 yet.
I'm sorry?
I've not gotten to that page
Okay.
yet. I'm on page 73 and 74.
Okay, just please read, starting at line 5 on page 73 through line 6 on page 74.
It says, has Pepco actually under-recovered its rate year 3 Maryland distribution base rate requirement approved by the Commission in Order 89868 by 31 million? No, it has not. The attachment to Pepco's response to staff data request 2-2 provides the company's actual rate-based distribution revenues by rate class by month. Where is staff data request 2-2?
Well, staff has it, I'm sure, because that was staff data request. You said you reviewed all of them. I took your testimony at its word.
If I use staff data request 2-2, it would have been attached to my testimony.
Okay, so only the data request attached to your testimony is what you reviewed?
That would be incorporated in my testimony.
Because I don't see any data requests attached to your testimony.
Because it wasn't used in my testimony.
No, but I don't see any data requests attached to your testimony.
You're correct.
Didn't you just say, first you said you reviewed all of staff's data requests. Then you said you did not review staff data request 2-2. Then you said all of the data requests you reviewed were attached to your testimony, and I don't see any data requests attached to your testimony.
All the staff data requests that I used to prepare my testimony would have been attached to my testimony.
Okay, but there are none attached.
There are none attached, so you can assume that I did not use staff data request 2-2 in my calculation.
Do you have any reason to dispute the number that you see, the $601,382,129 number that is on compliance filing attachment B, page 5 of 145? That was the total revenue requirement authorized by the commission. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
Just a second. On page 5 of 145, it says 601,382,129.
Do you have any reason to dispute that number?
Well, this number says 600,989,868.
No, I'm asking you to look at this document.
Oh, the earlier one. The earlier document you gave me says 601,382,129.
That's correct. And that's why I'm asking you, do you have any reason to dispute that number? It's in a Pepco filing.
Let's go back to his testimony. Give me the page you're referring to.
Okay. I was asking you about attachment B, and this is Pepco's number. Do you have any reason to dispute Pepco's number? Then we'll go back to page 73.
Let's go to page 73, because I don't believe those two numbers match.
I'm not suggesting they match. I'm just asking you to verify $601,382,129. That is a Pepco number put on Pepco's compliance filing for total revenue requirement for all 3 years of their case 9655. Do you dispute that number?
No.
Okay. Have you verified reported actual revenues by Pepco against the actual monthly revenues reported by rate class, with with the monthly BSA reports for the months of April 2023 through March of 2024 that Pepco files in Maryland under case number 9092. Have you reviewed those?
No, I do not review Pepco's BSA's filings.
Would you agree that any computed RY3 revenue deficiency for Pepco is the direct result of the company exceeding the levels of both capital and O&M expenditures on which the Commission based its RY3 rate determinations?
Repeat the question.
Would you agree that any computed RY3 revenue deficiency for Pepco is the direct result of Pepco exceeding the levels of both capital
It could be either.
of both capital and O&M expenditures on which the Commission based its RY3 rate determinations?
I'm not going to agree to both. It could be either.
It could be either, or could it be both?
It could be either or it could be both.
Okay. Am I correct that you personally made no assessment of the cost effectiveness and the prudence of Pepco's RY3 expenditures independent of the analyses presented in the direct testimony of witness Austin?
That's correct.
Now, am I correct that your testimony and exhibits in this proceeding offer no assessments of the costs and benefits of any of Pepco's RY3 expenditures?
That's correct.
Now,
My testimony is a calculation.
now, could you please turn to your MR1?
Are you talking about my bottle or
Yeah.
my direct?
No, you're direct, you're direct.
Okay.
All my questions are on your direct.
You do realize they're not seeking the dollar amounts in my MR1 direct testimony.
I've read your testimony. Now, and we're both focused on MR1. On line 1 of Exhibit MR1, am I correct that staff's assessment of the appropriate RY3 rate base for Pepco differs from Pepco's presentation by only $98,000, and as shown in MR2, line 5, that $98,000 reflects an adjustment to the company's cash working capital requirement?
MR5 is my adjustment to cash working capital allowance.
And that's $98,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the first part of my question was, am I correct that staff's assessment of the appropriate RY3 rate base for Pepco differs from Pepco's presentation by only $98,000? Is that correct?
Subject to check, yes.
Does your analysis imply that staff accepts all of Pepco's RY3 planned closings and additions to rate base as presented?
In my direct testimony, yes, but not in my rebuttal testimony.
Did you examine that extent to which, did you examine the extent to which Pepco's RY3 plant closing amounts by project include capital expenditures from prior periods?
No, I did not.
Is it your understanding that a capital expenditure incurred in prior periods were not previously included in the company's plant closings because those elements of the company's capital investments were not used and useful in the periods for which Pepco made its prior annual information filings?
Could you repeat the question?
Certainly. Is it your understanding that a capital expenditure incurred in prior periods were not previously included in the company's plant closings because those elements of the company's capital investments were not used and useful in the periods for which Pepco made its annual AIF filings?
Correct.
Is it your position that such prior period capital investments have previously been reviewed for prudence and cost effectiveness?
Repeat the question.
Is it your position that prior period capital investments have previously been reviewed for their prudence and cost effectiveness?
It's only going to be reviewed for prudence and cost effectiveness when it's placed in service,
Okay.
which may include prior expenditures.
Okay, but prior expenditures can only be included when they're used and useful, correct?
Correct.
Is it your position that the prudence and cost effectiveness of a project can be assessed prior to the completion of the project and prior to the investment becoming used and useful?
Could you repeat the question?
Is it your position that the prudence and cost effectiveness of a project can be assessed prior to the completion of the project and prior to the investment becoming used and useful?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you to please reference Pepco Witness Lemmings Schedule RTL 1, Schedule 3.
This is Lemming's rebuttal testimony.
No, this is his direct.
I don't have a copy of his direct.
Would counsel please hand you a copy of Witness Lemmings' direct testimony?
Okay, thank you.
I'd like you to look at, I'm just going to repeat myself, RTL 1, Schedule 3. Tell me when you're there.
Let's get 5. That's schedule 4. Okay, I'm on schedule 3.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same, we're talking about the same document. At the top it says Potomac Electric Power Company, Schedule 3, Maryland Distribution Annual Reconciliation Filing, Distribution O&M Expense.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Pepco's variance explanations in that schedule, all the way up in the right-hand column, include multiple references to costs that were initially budgeted to one FERC account that are now reported under a different FERC account?
Yes, I heard that testimony today.
Now, let's just focus for a minute on line 8 on this schedule, which is customer installation expense, on page 1 of 2.
Okay.
Okay. And if you can, would you please read the variance explanation all the way to the right? If you can't see it, I'll help you with a magnifying glass.
Okay. Does it start with variance primarily due to actuals being charged to FERC, 587 that were budgeted to FERC, 593?
Okay, that's fine. I'm very impressed that you read it without this.
Okay.
Did you examine the amounts moved from account 580, excuse me, correct myself. Did you examine the amounts moved from account 593 to account 587?
No, I did not.
Now, could you please take a look at line 9 of that schedule? And again, I'm looking for the record, RTL 1, Schedule 3, page 1 of 2. And what it says is 9588800 miscellaneous distribution expenses. Do you see that?
Yes. It appears to read transformation costs that were budgeted to FERC 923 while actuals were charged to FERC 588.
And do you see that there is a variance, adjusted results variance of 175%?
Yes.
Did you review the details of that transfer?
No. You do realize they're not requesting reimbursement off of a direct testimony. They're requesting reimbursement off his rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I recognize that. Can you identify where in your direct testimony and exhibits you review those movements of cost between FERC accounts and the accuracy and prudence of those changes in reporting of Pepco's projected actual RY3 O&M expenditures?
There is no statement in my direct testimony.
Is there a statement to that effect in your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Okay. Now, RTL-1, Schedule 3, Line 2, includes a variance explanation that references a shift in Pepco's split in the time charged to O&M and capital expenditures, which impacts the cost the company recognizes as O&M versus capital. Can you identify for the record where in your direct testimony and exhibits you address that shift in the company's reporting of costs?
It's not discussed in my testimony.
Now, please look at line 40. Again, I'm looking at page 2 of RTL 1, Schedule 3, and that's on page 2. And we see on line 40, we find a variance explanation that references unbudgeted intercompany fleet and facilities expenses and asserts that those unbudgeted expenses are, quote, offset by revenue recorded at the company. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that nowhere in your direct testimony in this proceeding do you specifically address those unbudgeted expenditures or verify the extent to which those unbudgeted expenditures are actually offset by revenues recognized in the company's RY3 final reconciliation in this proceeding?
Correct. I didn't make any statements concerning that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions that I have, and I would like to move the admission of AOBA Exhibit 19FR.
So amended. OPC.
No cross, Your Honor.
No.
Pepco has no cross, right?
No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Commissioner Sussman.
I have a very quick question to ask. Well, maybe it'll come in pieces, but it's one general question. So I don't know if you were listening when Mr. Vajos testified. So I guess that.
Yes.
Okay. So and did you hear the conversation that I had with him about pensions and pension costs?
Right. He
Right, and-
mentioned that they don't have a account that sort of streamlines it. That
Right, they don't normalize.
moderates it.
Right, so they smooth
Smooth
it. Right, so I'm assuming this is normalization that they do at BG, but they don't do it at Pepco for the
Based
pension.
on what he said, yes.
Okay, so are you aware of any other cost, utility spends, FERC accounts, in your experience at Pepco where they do normalization?
No, not. Well, major storm costs he discussed.
Okay, but that's the only thing that you're, okay. So I'm,
Specifically.
right, so I'm gonna have a bench request to Pepco. If you can go back and identify any FERC accounts or utility spends that where you engage in normalization. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
No question, thank you for your
Okay.
Commissioner Barbie. None for me either, so. So actually, before we move on to Mr. Austin, let me ask, how much does the company have for him?
I'd say 15 minutes, 20 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
Cutting
No,
it
no,
down.
no, and I don't want to push you. I mean, whatever time you need. So I just want a reasonable estimate.
I understand. It will not be a lot.
Okay.
I have quite a bit, Your Honor.
You have quite a bit. Okay. And you?
I have nothing for Mr. Austin, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, given the fact that I think we want to come back Monday, so because I just don't want to sort of push everybody. So.
We have something in the afternoon. And then we have something.
Oh.
In,
And they take forever to get, so.
Yeah, yeah.
no, but we have something in the afternoon.
Oh, we can blow that off.
You're so mean.
All right.
These
So,
are- these are-
well,
these are- yeah, no,
so I guess can you adjust? I mean, you can always look at the transcript. So yeah. Okay. So we'll be back here Monday morning, 10 o'clock, unless someone has got.
An appointment too. Any chance we could just do it like, I should be done by 12:30 and get up.
Thank
there.
you.
It's downtown Washington.
I see. So
Afternoon, I could be here.
what about 1 o'clock Monday? Does that work for people?
Fine.
I mean, my appointment probably ends at
I like 1 o'clock better.
Okay. No, I understand. So we're trying to sort of coordinate. I mean, I know we're doing this on the fly. So.
Yes.
All right. So 1 o'clock Monday. We'll see everybody then. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, what time is that?